Hi, good morning, everyone. We are waiting for our organizer. Uh, so, our organizer will welcome us first. Then there will be some sessions by our speaker, eminent speaker. And then we will start our keynote addresses one by one. Today we have three sessions.
Hello and good morning to each and every person. Hello, you are hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We
You
can
are
hear
hearing
you.
me? So welcome, sir. Welcome.
Yes, sir.
International webinar that organized by Department of Education, R.B.S College, Agra, UP. All people are visible here and सर्वप्रथम माँ शारदे को हम वंदन करते हैं और उनके बाद जो है ये इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार जो फैकल्टी ऑफ एजुकेशन आरबीएस कॉलेज आगरा द्वारा ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया। आरबीएस कॉलेज आगरा जो है 1885 को स्टेब्लिश किया गया राजा बलवंत सिंह आवागढ़ नरेश राजा बलवंत सिंह के द्वारा। इसकी एक यूनिट के रूप में फैकल्टी ऑफ एजुकेशन कार्यरत है और जो इसकी स्थापना जो है 17 अगस्त 1947 को शुरू किया गया। आरबीएस कॉलेज आगरा एशिया का सबसे बड़ा इंस्टीट्यूशन होने का गौरव प्राप्त करता है। इसके विद्यार्थी जो है देश विदेश में कार्यरत हैं और संस्था का नाम रोशन करते हैं। जब अच्छे विद्यार्थियों का नाम आता है उसमें से डॉक्टर डीपी सिंह चेयरपर्सन यूजीसी न्यू दिल्ली, और इस समय सिटिंग वाइस चांसलर हमारे 5 हैं। लाइक द अभी तत्काल प्रोफेसर धाकरे साहब ने ज्वाइन किया है। आप सबका इस महाविद्यालय में आगरा में ताज नगरी में स्वागत करते हैं और वंदन करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं कि आप लोगों ने अपना बहुमूल्य समय दिया। जो भी लोग हैं, जो व्यूअर हैं, इस समय हमारे पास रजिस्ट्रेशन जो है मोर देन 1800 कैंडिडेट्स हैं। सबका हम स्वागत करते हैं और स्पेशली जो एमिनेंट हमारे स्पीकर हैं, हमने कोशिश किया है और संस्था ने कोशिश किया है कि काफी अच्छे हमारे एमिनेंट स्पीकर हैं देश और विदेशों से, जिनका हम वंदन अभिनंदन करते हैं। चूंकि कॉलेज इतना बड़ा है और कॉलेज बड़ा होने के कारण इसका प्राचार्य और प्राचार्य होना अपने आप में गौरव का विषय होता है। हम लोग भाग्यशाली हैं कि प्रोफेसर R.B.S चौहान जैसे बहुधा प्रतिभा के धनी के रूप में हम प्राचार्य के रूप में पाते हैं। सर, आपकी शिक्षा दीक्षा आगरा और इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी इलाहाबाद से संपन्न हुई है। आप मिलिट्री साइंस के लर्नेड स्कॉलर रहे हैं। आपके जीवन व्यक्तित्व में अनुशासन और अनुशासन के अलावा एक का कमिटमेंट पाया जाता है। आपके मार्गदर्शन में यह इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया। हम सर आपका स्वागत करते हैं, वंदन करते हैं। चूंकि अतिथि देवो भव, हमेशा जो गेस्ट होता है वो नियर टू गॉड होता है, इसलिए फॉर्मल वेलकम के लिए मैं प्रोफेसर R.B.S चौहान साहब, प्राचार्य आरबीएस कॉलेज आगरा, जो बहुत ही अच्छे सरल सहज और बड़ा व्यक्तित्व के धनी हैं, मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं कि वो आए और जो अतिथि हमारे हैं देश विदेश में विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में उनका स्वागत वंदन अभिनंदन करें। प्रोफेसर R.B.S चौहान साहब, सर वेलकम।
आचार्य जी अनम्यूट कर लीजिए। सर आपका
I
म्यूट
think
है। आचार्य जी आप अनम्यूट कर लें पहले।
uh,
सर नमस्कार सर। आचार्य जी
uh, yeah, Daniel, they will speak it in English.
अरे बोलो बोलो, फोन से बोल दिया। डॉक्टर बीबी सिंह जी एक बार सर से कांटेक्ट करिए।
हाँ, हमारे जो प्राचार्य प्रिंसिपल्स हैं उनसे लिंक नहीं हो पाया। आई एम सो सॉरी अबाउट दैट वन। फर्स्ट वेलकम एड्रेस वी नॉट ज्वाइंड इट। सर, आप सबका पुनः स्वागत हम करते हैं। और आज हमारे जो गेस्ट हैं उनसे हम उद्घाटन सत्र के लिए हम आमंत्रित करते हैं। सर्वप्रथम मैं प्रोफेसर हरकेश सिंह का स्वागत करता हूं, जो फॉर्मल वाइस चांसलर जेपी यूनिवर्सिटी छपरा बिहार। आप का एजुकेशन जो है एलिमेंट्री स्कूल गांव विलेज घरिया गाजीपुर से शुरू होकर के और हायर सेकेंडरी हाई स्कूल और इंटरमीडिएट मऊ डीएवीबी कॉलेज से शुरू हुआ। आप उस जमाने के हाई स्कूल के टॉपर रहे हैं। आपका पोजीशन फर्स्ट पोजीशन रहा और पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में गांव घरिया का नाम रोशन किया आपने। सर, आपका हायर एजुकेशन जो है बीएचयू से शुरू हुआ। बहुत कम भाग्यशाली होते हैं जो कर्म क्षेत्र और अध्ययन क्षेत्र एक ही होता है। आप सर बीएचयू से हायर एजुकेशन ग्रहण करने के बाद आपने मोर देन 41 ईयर्स तक आपने अध्ययन अध्यापन का कार्य किया। आपके विद्यार्थी और देश विदेशों में और विभिन्न विभिन्न एरिया में पाए जाते हैं। उनमें से मेरा भी नाम आता है। मैं सर आपके श्री चरणों को प्रणाम करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि सर आपका आशीर्वाद बना रहे। आपका जो व्यक्तित्व है, आपने हेड डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ एजुकेशन बीएचयू, आपका कार्यभार जो है हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फाउंडेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन न्यूपा न्यू दिल्ली इंडिया। आप बीएचयू टीचर एसोसिएशन के प्रेसिडेंट वाइस प्रेसिडेंट रहे हैं आचार्य गुरुकुल के। आप श्री अरबिंदो सोसाइटी वाराणसी के प्रेसिडेंट रहे हैं। इनके 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 अलावा आपका व्यक्तित्व और आपका कृतित्व दोनों मेल खाता है। बहुत कम लोग पाए जाते हैं जिनका कथनी और करनी में अंतर नहीं है। आपका जो आप कहते हैं वो करके दिखाते हैं। स्पष्ट वक्ता, स्वच्छ कार्यशैली, स्वच्छ प्रतिभा, बेबाक विचारों का उद्गान करने वाले, हमेशा नवीन विचारों व परंपराओं, पुराने विचारों को समाहित करने वाले, एक नई विचारधारा, एक नई सृष्टि का निर्माण करने वाले और सृजन करने वाले आप पाए जाते हैं। समय समय पर हमेशा आपका आशीर्वाद हमारे ऊपर बना रहता है। मैं उन भाग्यशाली लोगों में हूं जिनका आशीर्वाद हमेशा आपका हमारे ऊपर रहा। आज जो भी मैं हूं, जिस रूप में हूं, सब आपकी देन और आपकी कृपा है। मैं जो आज कर पा रहा हूं उसमें पूरा का पूरा यदि हम कहें तो श्री प्रोफेसर हरकेश सिंह को जाता है। आपके बताए हुए रास्ते पर हम चलने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में जो मूल्यों का हास हो रहा है, जो मूल्य गिर रहे हैं, विचार गिर रहे हैं, लोगों के सोच गिर रहे हैं, हम लोग उसमें असमर्थता पाते हैं। आज भी आप पूजनीय हैं। भविष्य में आपका मार्गदर्शन मिलता रहेगा, आपका आशीष वचन मिलता रहेगा। हम पूरे विद्यालय परिवार के तरफ से, राजा बलवंत सिंह महाविद्यालय के तरफ से, आगरा के तरफ से आपके श्री चरणों को हम प्रणाम करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं और वंदन करते हैं और उम्मीद करते हैं कि आपका आशीष वचन हम लोगों को मिले। उद्घाटन सत्र में प्रोफेसर हरकेश सिंह, फॉर्मर वाइस चांसलर जेपी यूनिवर्सिटी छपरा बिहार। जी चाचा जी, ओवर टू यू। भैया आवाज नहीं आ रही, आवाज नहीं आ रही बेटा। हाँ, आवाज आ रही है चाचा जी? हाँ, आ रही है, अब आ रही है। ठीक। जी चाचा जी, जी। हाँ, आवाज आ रही, हाँ हाँ सर, सर। हाँ।
सिंह सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। आ, विंदेश्वरी सिंह क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है। सिंह सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। आ, विंदेश्वरी सिंह क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है।
हाँ मगरू, अब ठीक
सिंह
है?
सर, कुछ भी आवाज
अब
नहीं आ
बोलिए।
रही है। आ, विंदेश्वरी सिंह क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में
हाँ,
नहीं
अब
आ
आ
रहा
रही
है,
है, आ रही है।
कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है।
अब आ रही है। अब आ रही है।
ऐसे बोलने पे क्लियर सुनाई दे रहा है।
तो इको हो रही है। कोई नहीं, ऐसे बुलवा दो। हाँ, सुनाई दे रही है।
सिंह सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
हेलो,
विंदेश्वरी सिंह क्या बात
हाँ,
कर रहे हैं,
सर,
कुछ
सुनाई
समझ
दे
में
रही
नहीं
है
आ रहा
आवाज।
है, कुछ सुनने
हाँ,
को नहीं आ रहा है।
ठीक है, नाउ आई एम बिगिनिंग
हाँ,
अगेन।
चलेगी चलेगी।
ठीक है,
हाँ, ठीक है चाचा, ठीक है।
Friends, I am happy to join with you in this webinar, and as the situation has led us to organize such
हाँ,
program,
अब ठीक है।
सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
face to face करना।
विंदेश्वरी सिंह क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है।
हाँ, अब आ रही है। यस यस,
I am proceeding, please.
अब आ रही है। जी जी जी।
ऐसे बोलने पे क्लियर सुनाई दे रहा है। Has been organized by
इको हो रही है।
institution, which is
कोई नहीं, ऐसे
now
बुलवा दो।
nearly 8 degrees Celsius. It is more than
हाँ, अब ठीक है।
सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
because it has been
क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है,
tradition
कुछ
of
सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है।
हाँ, सुनाई दे रही है।
by hate to all the ancestors who have
सिंह सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
ऐसे बोलने पे क्लियर सुनाई दे रहा है।
विंदेश्वरी सिंह क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है,
हो रही है।
कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है।
कोई नहीं, ऐसे बुलवा दो।
Now I am beginning
हाँ,
again.
चलेगी,
Very
चलेगी।
active, energy,
हाँ, ठीक है,
Professor
चलेगी।
Y.D. Singh, who is controlling and maintaining the quality of higher education in India.
हाँ, सुनाई दे रही है।
Information has led us to be
सिंह सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। विंदेश्वरी सिंह क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है।
I am proceeding.
इको हो रही है। कोई नहीं, ऐसे बुलवा दो। हाँ,
सिंह सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है।
यस यस।
सिंह सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। विंदेश्वरी सिंह क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है।
कोई नहीं, ऐसे बुलवा दो।
सिंह सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है। विंदेश्वरी सिंह क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है।
कोई नहीं, ऐसे
सिंह सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। विंदेश्वरी सिंह क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है। सिंह सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है। सिंह सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। विंदेश्वरी सिंह क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है। सिंह सर, कुछ भी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ रहा है। विंदेश्वरी सिंह क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सुनने को नहीं आ
direct to the topic that what are the challenges due to this pandemic, meaning by the COVID-19. Certainly, we have to admit, and we are admitting, and the whole world is admitting, it is the global consensus that this pandemic is unique, unprecedented, and unforeseen. यह जो पैंडेमिक है, यह जो महामारी है, यह इसके पहले इस तरह की नहीं थी. Earlier, all epidemics which occurred in the world were just having the local or territorial or continental scenario and the crisis and its catchment area. But this pandemic created by corona is a global problem, a global situation, a global crisis, and it has created challenge to the global society, meaning by the world society, and the whole earth planet is facing a typical dismay, despair and disaster, disappointment and disadvantage. I am using again the 5D, the despair, the disappointment, the dismay, the disasters and the disadvantage. All these five and the danger itself, the 6D. So these are the challenges before us. How to meet our normal situation. Friends, first we have to admit, and we are all admitting, that this pandemic has given us challenge to the human race, human intellect and human wisdom. How to accommodate with the abnormality created by this corona. That's why I am using the term that it is unprecedented. People are just trying to recollect 17, 20, 18, 20, 19, 20, and they are just saying that similar situation was occurring. But no, this Wuhan created corona is typical, unprecedented and unforeseen. We had not imagined. We were thinking throughout the world that we had created the knowledge for the sake of advancement of the world society. Whereas this, the devilish, the ghost mindset, the statesmen of China and the intellectuals of China, the scientists of China, they are having the devilish attitude towards humanity, and they use creating the things for welfare of the human race, humankind, plant kind and animal kind. Rather, they use their laboratory knowledge for the warfare, and this warfare is a microbiological warfare. This is not nuclear power, or this is not atomic power. This is the microbial insect or the virus which was destined to create havoc and kill the world society, and we are witnessing. That's why the first challenge before us is how to accommodate during this COVID period and after COVID period. But we are just at the juncture of concluding many things which were the situation has become abnormal. So first and foremost challenge before us is how to accommodate having our recent past activities, our programs, our educational endeavors, our all exercises and practices for the welfare, educational welfare throughout the world. But situation is now the extreme abnormal situation has arisen because of this COVID. So we have to understand, rather we may say that first we have to develop the positive attitude to accommodate with the abnormal situation created, and this is sudden. This is not this has not come through a continuous process. It has come suddenly, and that's why we have to understand this situation. So first and foremost challenge is just to maintain, remain, and continue, and devise alternative educational strategies for teacher education, so that we may complete the incomplete tasks given to the students who are pursuing their teacher education program, teacher education, number one. So first challenge is how to meet the crisis, the prospective teachers or the teacher trainees who had completed their most of the course or the semesters or the trimesters or their assignments, but because of this corona, they could not complete. So before educational administrators, managers, teacher educators, and all the policy makers and including the students, the pursuants of the teacher education program and the guardian. We have to understand that we have to develop perseverance and patience to see and to meet the challenge that we by alternative mechanism, as this alternative program mechanism of webinar has been designed throughout the world, and online programs are being given every day. All the teachers in higher education, even in school education, they are involved and they are engrossed and they are engaged in just repairing or just compensating the losses met by our students. So the first challenge is we the teachers, we the policy makers, we the managers, and we the pursuants of teacher education, we have to accommodate with abnormal situation which was unforeseen. Number one. Number two, we have first to take care of the interest of those students of teacher education who were just pursuing and now they were just to get their degrees or they were complete their programs. They are halfway. They are on halfway, they are in halfway, and that's why their interest should be taken care of first. Number two, we have to manage the type and time, of the programs. We have the statutory bodies at the secretariat and ministry level and statutory bodies at the university level, meaning by the executive council, the syndicate or the academic council. We have to take very crucial decisions just to repair the losses of the regulate the losses of time and the contents of the program. In this way, I would like to suggest that we can meet we should take quick decisions for earliest and shortest repair of the losses of the students who are pursuing. Number two, we have to think, as I said, the foundational courses and by engaging our online activities. But already pedagogical assignments, internship, the co-curricular and extracurricular activities which have not been yet completed must be completed by maintaining the social distance, better to say physical distancing, and by shortening the programs, by organizing mixed program, some are online and some offline, and we should have to engage the already regular teachers of the school who can be entrusted the responsibility of supervising the assignments, evaluating the assignments, and then submitting the marks to the colleges and universities. So this is my second submission to meet the challenge of transforming the challenge of evaluation and completing the program and turning it into opportunity by engaging both modes of transaction, meaning by as much as possible the online program and those programs which cannot give better dividend and result to the online, the such programs must be maintained, must be performed, accomplished by offline mode, taking the permission of, and here I would like to submit my opinion as a student of teacher education to the government of Uttar state of Uttar Pradesh. The education minister, the chief minister has already constituted, the governor house, the chancellor's house has already constituted a committee of 4 vice chancellors just to see expeditiously how to conduct all examination and complete the session due to crisis created by corona. And number two, we have to face the situation of how to recruit the new batches of teacher education pursuants. So we have to think wherever the applications have been invited by for entrance examination, those entrance examinations should be maintained by expanding the and extending the number of centers and maintaining the social distancing or the oblique physical distancing. But we should not have to prolong. We have not to suspend. We have to rather commit that this now every and whosoever are they saying that this is only up to September or November. No. Now we have to think that this corona crisis, once it has been created, it may continue. So we have to always be very much ready, prepared, just to think of devising the minimum concentrated or consolidated or condensed program of teacher education so that our products or our pursuants or our entrants, those who are aspiring to take admission, get admission, they all may be benefited. Here the challenge comes to us and institutions like Rajput Balwant College, where Raja Balwant Singh College, where innovative packages may be devised, and now the autonomy must be ensured to all the teacher education departments, all the universities. Every university must have, and the statutory body, our national statutory body, especially the National Council for Teacher Education, the National Council for Teacher Education must take lead in providing viable autonomous programs must be common. Our teacher education curricula must be same, but it should be condensed. That the liberty must be given to the teacher educators who are teaching. They may evaluate the external, internal. This burden should be removed. Some activities should also be reduced, and much really activity-based teacher education program can be comprehended, can be operationalized, and in this way, all these challenges, rather criticalities, better to say crisis, criticalities, problems, disasters, and threats may be transformed into opportunity. Then we may say that this corona is not a torture, this corona is a teacher, which is basically the Indian strong mindset that any untoward situation is faced by positive mindset. We Indians are very positive in our attitude, skill, and knowledge. We can the corona in the form of Ravana will be certainly killed, and we will revive, we will devise, we will innovate, and we will make it creative. With these words, I wish all success to the organizers, and I express my sense of gratitude to the listeners whosoever are engaged with this webinar. Basic and once again, I'm part of the organizing committee. I consider to be the part and parcel of R.B.S. College. Those who are the delegate, who are the resource persons, and who are the participants in this webinar from outside the country, I welcome them as an Indian national, as a teacher educator, and as a student of teacher education. Thank you. Hello. 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 Hello.
हाँ जीजा जी, थैंक यू।
Hello.
हेलो।
Okay.
हाँ जीजा जी,
हाँ,
चरणों
thank
को
you.
प्रणाम, शुक्रिया। थैंक यू।
बस मेरे तरफ से
थैंक यू।
आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू जीजा जी।
ओके।
आपका आशीष वचन और आशीर्वाद बना रहे हमेशा, और आपका हमेशा मार्गदर्शन हमारे पे बना रहता है। उम्मीद करते हैं कि कॉलेज के लिए आपका आशीर्वाद हमें मिलता रहेगा हम लोगों को। आज के दूसरे हमारे गेस्ट हैं आशा शुक्ला, प्रोफेसर आशा शुक्ला, वाइस चांसलर डॉक्टर B.R. अम्बेडकर यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ सोशल साइंस महू, और एडिशनल चार्ज महर्षि पाणिनि संस्कृत एवं वैदिक यूनिवर्सिटी उज्जैन। मैडम जो है फॉर्मल हेड स्टडी वुमेन स्टडी BU भोपाल। There are so many books written by Madam Asha Shukla ji. Academic administrative quality the more than the 20-25 years. They are joining national international conferences and country and out of the country. 3,000 national and international conferences organized in the same department. She has the member and expert UGC committee, NAC committee, NCT committee, NCRT committee, ICSSR, Public Service Commission, and so many committees are there. आप जो है ब्रांड एम्बेसडर हैं स्वच्छता अभियान की नव दुनिया द्वारा चेयरपर्सन, आपने कई संस्थाओं में एज ए चेयरपर्सन काम किया। जो यूजीसी नैक का जो यूजीसी नैक है उसमें आपने नेक कमेटी के चेयर के पर्सन के रूप में, एनसीटी में चेयरपर्सन के रूप में, कई कमेटियों में आप एज ए चेयरपर्सन आपने किया। आपको नाविका अवार्ड 2010, गंगदेव सामंत अवार्ड और नागरिक अभिनंदन प्राप्त है। आप मैडम अपने आप में प्रतिभा के धनी है। आप बहुत सरल, सहज और सुलभ हैं। आप सरल और सुलभ होते हुए भी आप जो निर्णय लेती हैं वो कभी-कभी बड़ा कड़ा और अच्छा होता है। आप स्वच्छ प्रतिभा की धनी हैं। हमेशा आपका आशीर्वाद हमारे पे बना रहता है। हम लोग प्यार से आपको दीदी कहते हैं और सम्मान भाई के रूप में आप देती हैं। हम लोग अभिभूत होते हैं आपको देख करके, आपको मिल करके। आपने विभिन्न समितियों का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हुए आज इस मुकाम पे पहुंची हैं। लेकिन आपका जो व्यक्तित्व है वो एकदम सरल और सहज लगता है। आगरा के तरफ से और आरबीएस कॉलेज परिवार के तरफ से, ताज के तरफ से आपका हम स्वागत करते हैं, वंदन करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं। साथ
ये सम्मानीय प्राचार्य जी, आपको विशेष बात हो रही थी तो मैंने जिक्र किया कि आपके महाविद्यालय में आज मुझे बुलाया गया है, कुछ बातचीत करने का अवसर मिल रहा है, तो वो मैं उनका एग्जैक्ट मैसेज आपको फॉरवर्ड करूंगी। उन्होंने कहा कि मैंने वहां से बीएससी और एमएससी किया और ये नॉर्थ इंडिया का बहुत ही प्रतिष्ठित महाविद्यालय है, बड़ा ही इसकी उत्कृष्ट छवि है, तो आप वहां के सम्मानीय प्राचार्य और जो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हैं उनको हमारी तरफ कहिएगा। मैंने यथावत उनके संदेश को बड़ी ही विनम्रता पूर्वक संप्रेषित किया है। इंटरनेशनल जो फ्रेंड्स इनसे जुड़े हैं और अपने देश के भी जो टीचर एजुकेटर्स जुड़े हैं उन सबको भी इस हमारे विश्वविद्यालय डॉक्टर बी.आर. अम्बेडकर सामाजिक विज्ञान विश्वविद्यालय की ओर से प्रणाम करती हूँ। मित्रों, जो प्रमुख थीम है ग्लोबल इम्पैक्ट ऑफ कोविड-19 ऑन टीचर एजुकेशन, उसके अंतर्गत आपने हमें एक सब थीम भी दी हुई है, ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग ऑफ सोशियोलॉजिकल चैलेंजेस एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज। मुझे लगा कि मैं टीचर एजुकेटर तो हूं ही, लेकिन चूंकि एक सामाजिक विज्ञान विश्वविद्यालय में कार्य करने का जो अवसर मुझे मिला है, तो क्यों ना टीचर एजुकेशन को इस सब थीम से जोड़ते हुए कुछ अपनी बातों को रखूं। टीचर एजुकेशन, इसमें तो सब कुछ समाहित है, गुरु भी गोविंद भी। इसके कई हिस्से। टीचर एजुकेशन स्कूल एजुकेशन के साथ अभिन्न जुड़ी हुई है, उसको पृथक कर ही नहीं सकते। मूलतः हम लोग अपने टीचर एजुकेटर्स को जो स्कूल सिस्टम में काम करते हैं उनको विविध वो पेडागोजी सिखाते हैं जिनसे उनकी लर्निंग टीचिंग बेस्ट हो सके। हायर एजुकेशन में जिन्होंने और थोड़ी उच्च शिक्षा टीचर एजुकेशन में प्राप्त की वो लोग आते हैं, लेकिन उनका भी दायित्व उन्हीं स्कूल सिस्टम के और कुछ हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम के टीचर्स को तैयार करना है। तो ये हम स्कूल सिस्टम में हूँ, टीचर एजुकेटर्स जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में भी बैठे हैं, वो सब कुछ मिलके, हर तंत्र मिलके काम तो सिर्फ सोसाइटी के लिए ही करता है। सोसाइटी के बिना हम कुछ नहीं करते। यानी वो मूलभूत मूल्य, मूलभूत संस्कार, मूलभूत विधियां, पेडागोजी, उस करिकुलम के साथ, उस पाठ्यक्रम संरचना के साथ हम अपने स्टूडेंट्स को न केवल सिखाते हैं बल्कि सीखते भी हैं, जिनका वो बेहतर इस्तेमाल समाज के हित में कर सके। कोविड-19 जैसी वैश्विक महामारी, जिसमें सारा वैश्विक जगत चक्रव्यूह में है, कोई नहीं जानता था कि ऐसी महामारी आ जाएगी, कोई नहीं जानता था। ये कब तक चलेगी, अर्थव्यवस्था पे, शिक्षण पे, समाज पे, स्वास्थ्य पे इसके क्या प्रभाव पड़ेंगे, अभी पूरी तरीके से एग्जैक्टली कोई भी एनालिसिस करके निष्कर्ष देने की स्थिति में नहीं। सारे अनुमान देश और दुनिया से आ रहे हैं। कि बहुत भारत में गर्मी पड़ेगी, वो एक परिकल्पना थी जो रिजेक्ट हुई। अब बरसात में कहा जा रहा है कि चूंकि ये दोनों जो ऋतुओं का संधि काल होता है, गर्मी और बारिश, उसके बीच में बीमारियां स्वतः थोड़ा बढ़ती हैं। कुछ लोगों ने कहा कि इस समय बढ़ स्थिर हो गया, आगे दोबारा इसका कुछ ऐसा पीरियड बढ़ के हुए आएगा। तो ये कुल मिला के ये समस्त परिकल्पनाएं हैं, कह नहीं सकते, जिनका एकदम एग्जैक्टली जो आंकड़े देश दुनिया से आ रहे हैं उसकी हम सब एनालिसिस करते हैं, लेकिन एग्जैक्टली कोई भी नहीं आज बताने की स्थिति में है कि इसका एग्जैक्ट ट्रेंड क्या है, कहाँ बढ़ रहा है, कितने दिन में बढ़ रहा है। बहरहाल काम सारे सोशल साइंटिस्ट, टीचर, एजुकेटर्स कर रहे हैं। कोविड-19 से हम लोग उबर भी जाए, लेकिन भविष्य में ऐसी कौन सी चीज, ऐसी कौन सी बीमारी, ऐसी कौन सी महामारी, सुनामी क्या आ जाएगा ये पता नहीं। लेकिन इस दौर ने ये जरूर हम सबको सोचने के लिए विवश किया है कि हमें अपने पाठ्यक्रमों को, अपनी पेडागोजी को एकदम बदलने की जरूरत है। 3 महीने से तो लगातार मैं देख रही हूँ और बड़ी गंभीरता से ना केवल देख रही हूँ, कर रही हूँ, करवा रही हूँ कि हम लोगों ने वो नए नए तरीके इजाद किए जो नहीं। ऑनलाइन ई लर्निंग ऐसा नहीं था कि नहीं थी, बिल्कुल थी, लेकिन बड़ी एडवांस जहां आईटी फैसिलिटीज हैं वहीं था। अब ये एक अनिवार्य और अपरिहार्य आवश्यकता के तौर पे उभरा और किसके पास कितनी सुविधा है ये सब सोचे विचारे बिना न्यूनतम को अधिकतम संभावनाओं में, बड़ी चुनौती को अवसरों में तब्दील करके हम लोगों ने ये कोशिश करी। तो टीचर एजुकेशन को अब पूरी तरीके से पुनर्विचार करने की गंभीर आवश्यकता है। और मैं जो सोचती हूँ कि जो इसकी रेगुलेटरी बॉडी है, एनसीटी, यूजीसी, नेक, संबंधित विश्वविद्यालय, महाविद्यालय, इन सब को संगठित तौर पे जो इस दिशा में काम करने वाले नीतियंता हैं, उनको बैठ के अपरिहार्य तौर पे इसके पाठ्यक्रमों की पुनर्संरचना की ओर बात करनी चाहिए। न केवल पाठ्यक्रमों में सोशल इश्यूज को बढ़ाया जाए। हमने अगर अपने ऐसे टीचर एजुकेटर्स को तैयार कर दिया कि जिन्होंने क्लासरूम में तो शिक्षण कर दिया, लेकिन अगर उनमें बुनियादी तौर पे हमने अपनी सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज को इनकलकेट नहीं किया, तो वो अपने विद्यार्थियों में नहीं कर पाए। मैं आपको एक छोटा उदाहरण देने की कोशिश करती हूँ। ये विश्वविद्यालय, मैं पुनः नाम लूंगी, सामाजिक विज्ञान विश्वविद्यालय, डॉक्टर B.R. अम्बेडकर सामाजिक विज्ञान विश्वविद्यालय। बाबा साहब के नाम से तो उसके दायित्व बोध भी सामाजिक उतने ही प्रबल, उतने ही प्रमुख। तो इस सामाजिक दायित्व बोध में एक तो चीज ये थी कि हम जो कुछ करते अपने विद्यार्थियों के लिए करते, अपनी फैकल्टी के लिए करते और शांत होके बैठते। लेकिन ये तो सामाजिक दायित्व बोध नहीं हुआ, ये तो सीधी सीधी पदेन जिम्मेदारी हुई। तो हम लोगों ने ये कहा कि केंद्र सरकार, UGC, ICSR, राजभवन, मध्य प्रदेश शासन और हमारा जिला प्रशासन, इन सब ने भी जो भी हमें एडवाइजरी आदेश, जागरूकता आदेश भेजे, उनका हमने सोशल चेंज सिस्टम से व्यापक प्रचार प्रसार किया। और सोशल चेंज सिस्टम हमने कैसे बनाई कि मान लीजिए हमारे यहाँ जितने पाठ्यक्रम हैं, उन पाठ्यक्रमों के ईयर वाइज, सेमेस्टर वाइज उनके व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बनाए। और उन व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे जब हमने इन चीजों को भेजा, और उसके पहले एक कमेटी बनाई सो दैट कि 10 अच्छी चीज पहुंचे तो एक गलत चीज उस पर भारी पड़ेगी। तो इस कमेटी ने ये देखा कि कौन चीज सही जा रही है, कौन गलत जा रही है। जब वहां से प्रमाणित हुआ तो हमने उन चीजों को इन ग्रुप्स में भेजा। और इन ग्रुप्स में हमारे टीचर्स ने, हमारे रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स ने ये रिक्वेस्ट की कि एक एक व्यक्ति एक एक संदेश को 10-10 लोगों तक भेजेगा। और वो 10 लोग आगे 10 तक, वो 10 आगे 10 तक, यानी हमने एक सोशल चेन बनाई। एक हर व्यक्ति में एक इंडिविजुअल जिम्मेदारी का भाव होता है। किसी ने जिनसे 10 कहा था उन्होंने 100 को भेजा, 2000 को भेजा, किसी ने 5 को ही भेजा, 1 को ही भेजा, लेकिन ये चेन चली, बैलेंस हो गया। प्लस माइनस का बैलेंस होते होते हम लोग लगभग 20 लाख से ऊपर लोगों तक इस सोशल चेन सिस्टम के माध्यम से पहुंचे। और हमने वो सारी चीजें जो एक कहते हैं ना कि निचले तबके का व्यक्ति, अब निचला तबका क्या, इंसान के तौर पे तो कोई निचला है नहीं, सब एक समान प्रकृति ने बनाया, बिना किसी रंग नस्ल भेद के बनाया, लिंग भेद के बनाया। ये तो हमने ही अपनी दुनिया में इस तरीके के जो भेद उपस्थित किए। लेकिन निचले तबके को लोग आर्थिक दृष्टि से जो कम संपन्न है, शैक्षिक दृष्टि से है और भौगोलिक दूरी की दृष्टि से है, हम वहां तक पहुंचे। हमने उन्हें बताया कि किस तरीके की समस्याएं हैं और किस तरीके की जागरूकता, स्वास्थ्य और सुरक्षात्मक आपको रखनी। मेरा कहने का आशय यहाँ ये है कि टीचर एजुकेटर्स एक सिंगल नहीं, क्योंकि वो एक ऐसे टीचर्स को तैयार करता है जो उन चीजों को हमारे स्टूडेंट्स में, यानी हमारे लोकतंत्र की, हमारी समाज की, हमारी देश की भावी पीढ़ी को पहुंचाता है। अगर मान लीजिए आपने कोई बात 100 बच्चों को समझाई और उसमें 10 को भी पूरी पूरी वो ये भावना संप्रेषित हो गई, तो आपने 10 सोशल एक्टिविस्ट को तैयार किया। तो ये पूरी भूमिका टीचर एजुकेशन के करिकुलम में आनी चाहिए। लेकिन वो कैसे करें, उसके लिए पेडागोजी में हमें परिवर्तन की जरूरत है। फेस टू फेस सिस्टम क्रमशः कम होगा, क्योंकि अब पूरी दुनिया को ये समझ में आ गया कि अगर 6 महीना घर में बैठ के, 4 महीना घर में बैठ के आप लगभग वैसा ही आउटपुट दे सकते हो, तो फेस टू फेस मोड से संबंधित जो तमाम अलग चीजें हैं उनको कम किया जाए, खत्म किया जाए, इसकी सहमत मैं नहीं। फेस टू फेस का अपना महत्व है और इसका अपना महत्व है। अभी हम सब लोग IT फ्रेंडली तो है नहीं, ना हमारे पास हर बच्चे के पास IT संसाधन है। तो उसका भी हम लोगों ने एक सोल्यूशन निकाला कि जो हमारे विद्यार्थी गांव में रहते हैं, जो IT फ्रेंडली थे, जिनके पास कंप्यूटर, लैपटॉप या इस तरीके स्मार्टफोन थे, उनसे ये कहा कि ये तुम्हारा सामाजिक दायित्व है कि अपने गांव की सारी जनता, अपने उन सहयोगियों को, अपने उन साथी स्टूडेंट्स को साथ लीजिए जो इन सब चीजों से नहीं जुड़े हुए हैं और सबको जागरूक करिए। उन लोगों ने किया, हमने उसके लिए मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम बैठाया, उनकी खबरें, उनकी न्यूज आई और उन लोगों के अंतर्गत एक सामाजिक जिम्मेदारी का जो एक प्रेशर होता है, जो सुकून होता है, ये जो खुशी होती है, जैसे पहले गांव व्यवस्था में इस तरीके की चीजें बहुत होती थी, अब तो सब अकेले अकेले हो गए, ज्वाइंट फैमिली तक टूट गई, गांव मोहल्ले और कुटुंब की तो बात छोड़िए। तो अगर इस तरीके की चीजें अगर टीचर एजुकेशन में आती हैं और रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज इसको देखते हैं, तो हम सब मिलके टीचर एजुकेशन की एक रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग, रिफॉर्मिंग को करने के लिए हम सबको प्रस्तुत होना चाहिए। और हमारी ये जिम्मेदारी है कि हम अपनी जो जो जिस बॉडी से जुड़ा हुआ है तो उन तक ये संदेश पहुंचाए कि आज किन चीजों की आवश्यकता है। वो लोग भी, मानव संसाधन विकास मंत्रालय की अन्य समितियां भी इन चीजों को मॉनिटर कर रही होंगी, क्योंकि ये तो ऐसी दौर है तो सबकी निगाह जा रही है। लेकिन हम सबका विशेष दायित्व है कि टीचर एजुकेटर होने के नाते, समाज शिल्पी होने के नाते, समाज में अपने विद्यार्थियों के माध्यम से समाज के खूबसूरत उजले चेहरे को सामने लाने वाले होने के टीचर एजुकेटर होने के नाते हम अपनी सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के साथ एक पूरे सामाजिक परिवर्तन की प्रक्रिया में अपनी भूमिका को प्रस्तुत करें। और ये बड़ी आसानी से हो सकता है क्योंकि इसको हमने झेला है, हमें कोई बता नहीं रहा है, जो हमने झेला है उन अवसरों को, उन चुनौतियों को हमने कैसे अवसरों में बदला, वही हमारी पेडोलॉजी में है। हमें क्या लगा कि हम अपने बच्चों को क्या पढ़ाना चाहिए, वही हमारे करिकुलम। तो अब वक्त आ गया है कि इन सारी चीजों को परिवर्तित किया जाए। आईटी की तरफ देखा जाए और टीचर एजुकेशन तो मैं सोचती हूँ प्रमुख भूमिका में होती ही है हमेशा, क्योंकि उस पर दोहरी तिहरी जिम्मेदारियां। तो यही मैं अपनी बात को विराम करती हूँ। और सिंह साहब, आपने इतना सुंदर पूरा संयोजन किया, इतने सब अच्छे लोगों को जुड़ा, सेनापति जी भी जुड़ रहे होंगे, अन्य कुलपति लोग भी जुड़ेंगे, हमारे इंटरनेशनल फ्रेंड्स जुड़ रहे हैं। मैं सबकी सबकी ओर से आपको प्रणाम करती हूँ और ये कहना चाहूंगी कि हमारे जितने टीचर एडुकेटर्स, हमारे भाई बहन हैं, हमारे फ्रेंड्स हैं, हमारे विश्वविद्यालय में आप जो भी कार्यक्रम करना चाहें, इसको जैसे भी जोड़ना चाहें, जिस जिम्मेदारी से जोड़ना चाहें, ये विश्वविद्यालय हमेशा प्रस्तुत होगा। आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्री श्री चरणों को प्रणाम करते हुए ढेर सारा शुभकामनाएं दीदी। आपका आशीर्वाद हमेशा बना रहे और आपका स्नेह हमेशा हम लोगों पे बना रहे। आप सरल सहज हैं और आपके बताए रास्तों पे हम चलने का प्रयास करते हैं और जब भी समय मिलेगा दीदी हम लोग आपसे आशीर्वाद लेते रहेंगे। पुनः आपको हम लोग धन्यवाद देते हैं और ढेर सारा आगरा के तरफ से स्नेह और सम्मान अर्पित करते हैं कि आप स्वस्थ रहें, अच्छी रहें और हमेशा हमारे ऊपर आपका स्नेह बना रहे। दीदी थैंक यू अगेन। हमारे जो आज के गेस्ट प्रोफेसर एच.के. सेनापति, प्रोफेसर एच.के. सेनापति, मॉर्निंग सर, गुड मॉर्निंग।
गुड मॉर्निंग।
हाँ सर, सो थैंक यू एंड सॉरी आपको सर वेट किया। हमारे जो गेस्ट हैं आज के प्रोफेसर एच.के. सेनापति, डायरेक्टर ऑफ एनसीईआरटी न्यू दिल्ली, India. As a teacher educator, I have more than 34 years of experience of teaching, research, development, training, and extension in the area of school education and teacher education. In last 5 years, as a director in NCERT, Professor Senapati had lead the consolidated related the new national education policy at NCERT level in the state and UT. Professor Senapati had also lead the development and implementation of learning outcome for the elementary and secondary stage. Professor Senapati has also guided the process of development of preschool curriculum and also promote art integrated learning across classes, guiding development of many relevant guideline, other material related to the area, and also conduct activities such as art festival and Kala Utsav. He has also lead relevant review of NCRT textbook in year 2017, 18, and 19, play a lead role in the development and publication of vocational education, textbook of various job role. Dr. Senapati has a special interest in the area of health and well-being. Under his leadership, two textbooks on yoga have been brought out. In addition to this, he has emphasized upon a general health and well-being in the National Adolescence Project. Under his leadership, guidelines on sports and physical education were formulated and sent to all the schools. Professor Senapati completed a good number of research projects, published a number of research papers on constructivism, pedagogy, integrity, ICT with constructivist pedagogy, a good number of papers in national and international conference in the area of teacher education, elementary education, and educational technology. He has developed a number of training packages for the teacher educator on pedagogy. He has visited many countries, especially for working on the area of ICT. He has also served as a head department of extension education and Institute of Educational Bhubaneswar, and as a principal RI Bhopal, a constituent unit of NCRT New Delhi. At present, he is leading a mega capacity building program entitled NISTA, meaning commitment. About 4.2 million teacher and school heads trained by NCRT. NISTA focus social personality, quality and health and well-being of children. इसके साथ में सर आपका आपका सहज प्रेम हमारे ऊपर रहता है। आप हमारे सीनियर हैं और बड़े भाई हैं और देवी अहिल्या विश्वविद्यालय में आपका मार्गदर्शन मिला। विगत 34 सालों से हम एक दूसरे को उसी ऊर्जा और प्रेम से मिलते हैं। आप सरल और सहज हैं और दूसरे को भी सरल और सहज रखने का प्रयास करते हैं। आपका व्यक्तित्व एक अपने आप में फिलॉसफी है। आपसे हम लोग कई चीज सीखने का प्रयास करते हैं, क्योंकि आप सीनियर हैं, बड़े भाई हैं, तो आपके बताए रास्तों पे चलने का हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं। अब कितना सफल हो पाते हैं आपका आशीर्वाद ही बताएगा। सर, इस इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार में कॉलेज के तरफ से, आगरा के तरफ से हम आपका वेलकम करते हैं और इस उम्मीद के साथ कि सर आपके बताए हुए पद चिन्हों पे हम लोग चलेंगे और आपका आशीर्वाद वचन मिलता रहेगा। ओवर टू यू प्रोफेसर एच.के. सेनापति, डायरेक्टर एनसीईआरटी न्यू दिल्ली, इंडिया।
Thank you. I think you have taken so much time to introduce me. I'm very happy to be here to be a part of this program. And I was listening to Professor Harikesh Singh ji and also Madam Asa Shukla ji. And I'm very happy to be a part of this. This is a good opportunity to share our huge experiences, and also it will help us to learn from each other. And I'm very happy that you are doing something on teacher education, because that is the need of hour, particularly during this COVID period. Only teachers can bring about change. Teacher can help our children to improve the quality of education. So really, this is very interesting that we are thinking of teachers, professional development of teachers, quality of teachers. But one thing I would like to highlight here, that there is a wide gap between teacher education and school education, because ultimately we are preparing our teachers for school, and if teachers can understand the school education in a better manner, then definitely that will bring about a change. That is why what is happening in school education, that should be reflected in teacher education, particularly in teacher education institutions and also particularly in teacher education program, both in service and pre-service. Why I am putting emphasis on this? Because in school education, a lot of change has taken place. And you all know that we have developed national curriculum framework in the year 2005. And now we are, I think, very soon we may get the new policy, and after that we'll start the new national curriculum framework, and accordingly we'll have new textbook for the whole country. The point is, in school, why I'm putting emphasis on national curriculum framework, because in national curriculum framework 2005, you'll find there's a paradigm shift in learning. Our earlier approach to learning was different, and after 2005, we find a change, and we expect a change in the entire school system. We expect a change in the role of teacher. We expect a change in the role of students. We expect a change in the nature of classroom, and we expect a change in the process of assessment. We expect a holistic change in the system after 2005. If you go through that document, you will find that is why we call it a paradigm shift. And our teacher education institution should take into account this paradigm shift. And accordingly, our teachers should be oriented. And if that we can do, definitely we can bring about change. Otherwise, if this gap continue, then it will be very difficult for us to improve the quality of school education in the country. And ultimately, our children will be sufferer. Because when we are doing something new, we are introducing some new pedagogy and new technology, new approach to school education, that should be introduced in teacher education first. That is why what I would like to suggest that during this lockdown period, we have taken a lot of initiative. You might be knowing that NCRT has defined learning outcome. We have defined learning outcome from class 1 to 10, and for 11, 12 now the process is going on very soon. We also come out with the learning outcome for class 11, 12. What is the purpose of defining this learning outcome? Purpose of defining learning outcome is to shift the focus from content mastery to competency mastery. We all know our children are securing good mark in exam, but they are not in a position to face the challenges in life. We have to prepare our children for the society, for the country, and for so that they can stand on their own feet. They can face different challenges, and ultimately that will help them to develop the life skills. That is why what we have done, keeping in view the 21st century learning skills, we have defined learning outcome. What we expect from our school students, we expect they should develop their ability, they should develop their creativity, they should develop their critical thinking, they should develop their communication skills, and they should be physically healthy and mentally strong and morally sound. That we expect a holistic personality, and we expect a good citizen. That our children should be good citizen, good human being. If this is our expectation, then how to achieve this? That only teachers can do this. And this expectation should be reflected in our teacher education program, both in service and pre-service. That is why what we have done here in school education, particularly during this COVID period, what we have done, we have we have developed one alternative academic calendar for our children who are at school, so who are at home because of this lockdown. What we have done, we have taken into account the learning outcome, the competency, the skills. Keeping in view the learning outcomes, we have suggested some resources. That means what they will go through, and also we have given some link. We have different web portal. You might be knowing ePathshala, NROE, National Repository for Open Education Resources, Diksha, and a lot of educational materials are available. Digital materials are available. And keeping in view that we have given the link of these materials to these resources, to these learning outcomes. That keeping in view the learning outcome, we have described what type of resources they should use and what type of link they should use so that they can get these materials, so they can download these materials as per their convenience. Then we have suggested some activities, and we expect these activities should be conducted inside the home with the help of parents, and teachers should guide the parents, and parents should help the children so that children will be engaged. Children will be engaged. Children will conduct some activity. Children will get opportunity to exhibit their talents. They will be engaged in drawing. They will be engaged in music. They will be engaged in different type of physical activities, maybe yoga, etc. And we have suggested that they should use the available resources, what is available inside the home, and with the help of parents, they should do all these activities. Ultimately, it will be a happy home when parents, children work together and share their experiences. It may be story, it may be different type of activities. And we ultimately we don't want that our children should be confined to the textbook only. They along with that they should conduct different type of activities which will actually help them to develop their holistic personality, and particularly during this period when they are at home with their parents, then this time should be used properly so that they can learn very comfortably and very meaningfully and very effectively with the help of their parents. Just teacher will guide, and what we have suggested is how teacher will guide. Teacher can make use of the smartphone, make use of the simple phone, make use of social media. Even where these social media, these facilities are not available, simple mobile, their teacher may make use of the mobile and guide the parents, and parents can conduct activities. And along with that, also we are trying to reach the students who are not having the basic facilities through our television channel. Now, E-Vidya program, PM E-Vidya program is going to be launched, and for each class we are going to have one channel. Now we have one channel. With that channel also we are discussing about these alternative academic calendar for primary, upper primary, secondary and senior secondary stages, and also we are discussing about the mental health, and we have identified some counselor, and they are providing free service. And in our channel also every day from 5 to 5:30 we are discussing about the mental health, and we are addressing the query of the students. Why I am highlighting this, that though way we are conducting these activities for our children inside the who are inside the home because of lockdown, the same activities should be conducted in the teacher education institutions. If really we want to improve the quality of teacher education institution, particularly during this period and after that also, we should come out with the learning outcome. Keeping in view the learning outcome, we should suggest some resources, some activities, some link we should give so that our students, particularly the teacher trainee who have been enrolled into different pre-service programs, then they should undergo these activities, they should conduct these activities, keeping in view the learning outcome. Ultimately, we don't want our teachers to acquire mastery over the content what is there in teacher education program in the syllabus. Ultimately, we want our teachers to develop the skills and competencies so that really they can help our children in their holistic development. That we expect. If that is our expectation, that should be proper link between what is happening in the school system and what is happening in teacher education institutions, both in service and pre-service program. If we can establish a link, if we can move in a very systematic way after defining the learning outcome, definitely we can bring about change in teacher education program, and that change will really bring about a change in the entire system of school education, because our teacher education system is for school education to improve the quality of school education. That is why it is high time we should come out with the learning outcome for this teacher education, in the way we have developed it for the school education. Keeping in view the learning outcome of school education, what we have defined, and we should come out with the learning outcome for teacher education. And keeping in view the learning outcome, we should make use of the content what is already there, and make use of the resources what is available, and make use of the link, that web link, because many things, many resources, many portals are there, then our teacher, particularly the students who are undergoing this program, can take advantage of this. And we can also suggest some exemplar activities. By conducting these activities, they themselves can learn. They can also, teacher can guide them because they are matured and they can directly talk to the teacher educator, and teacher educator can conduct some activities. It may be through video conference, it may be through social media, and using technology, and we should take advantage of technology, and that then really we can help our students who have been admitted, who are undergoing these programs, and they will take advantage of this during this COVID period. Because I know we have implemented, you might be knowing, our honorable minister launched this program, and now it is being used by all our CBSE schools or Kendriya Vidyalaya schools, and also Navodaya Vidyalaya schools, and schools of Union Territory, and some of the states also using it, and they have translated it into their regional languages, and they are using with some modification. And because this we can do. If children are not in a position to come to the school, then our teachers should visit the visit physically. They can interact with them through phone and through by using different social media, and that will that interaction, that dialogue will really bring about a change. We should not wait. We should not waste our time. We should rather take advantage of this time, and we should make use of this time in a very constructive way, so that we can help our students who are undergoing this program to develop their proficiency, develop their skills, so that they can be good teacher, they can contribute significantly in nation building, they can really bring about change in the system, they can really help our students in their all-round development. We don't want our teachers should help students just to cover the syllabus. They should go beyond that. They should help in all-round development. That is why we need a different type of teacher education program, which will help in the development of skills and competence. Content mastery is required, knowledge is required, no doubt, but that is not sufficient. That may be necessary, that is not sufficient. And to make a good teacher, we have to develop the competencies and skills among the teachers, the practical skills, and we have to bridge the gap between the experience and knowledge. And from experience, we learn, and we should give that experience to our students who are undergoing these programs, and they should learn from their experiences, and they should use it. That is why we talk about the internship. They go to the school, they do internship program, but we should do it more rigorously, and we should try to help the student to develop their skills. So that is my expectation, that is my feeling, because what we are doing in NCRT, we are doing for school education. Of course, we are also conducting some research, doing some program for teacher education, and that is okay. But now, after the school education, now we want to integrate what we are doing in the school education system with the teacher education program, so that there will be no gap, and we can do it in a very effective manner, and that will help us to improve the quality of education, both in school education as well as in teacher education, and ultimately our society will be benefited, our country will be benefited, and we can really improve the quality of education. So that is my feeling, my observation, and I hope if we all join our hands together, and definitely we can improve the quality of school education as well as teacher education, and that will be great contribution. And I extend my sincere thanks to the organizer for inviting me to this program, particularly Dr. Basant Bahadur Singh. Actually, we are studying in same university. I know him since long. Very good. When he requested me, I said yes, I will join and I will give some time. No problem. I'm very happy and extend my sincere thanks to all of you for listening to me. Thank you.
So thank you sir, thank you again, thanks lots. आपने सर समय दिया और हम लोगों को सर आपने जो भी मार्गदर्शन दिया, हम लोग सर कोशिश करेंगे, वी आर टीचर एजुकेटर्स, और हम लोग सर्व कर रहे हैं टीचर एजुकेशन में। आपके बताए मार्गदर्शन पे हम लोग चलने का कोशिश करेंगे सर। आपने समय दिया और बहुमूल्य समय से आपने निकाला और छोटे भाई का मान रखा, इसके लिए हम सर आभारी हैं। पुनः सर आपको थैंक यू अगेन। सो इस कड़ी को सेकेंड पहलू में, सेकेंड स्टेप में मैं इंटरनेशनल स्पीकर के लिए मैं डॉक्टर नरेंद्र देशमुख, हमारे छोटे भाई हैं, भाभा एटॉमिक रिसर्च सेंटर बॉम्बे से, और इसके बाद ही प्रोग्राम को लीड करेंगे। और मैं इस प्रोग्राम को सेकेंड स्टेज में मैं डॉक्टर देशमुख को देता हूं। प्रोफेसर नरेंद्र देशमुख, ओवर टू यू, बॉम्बे। हेलो
Hello.
प्रोफेसर
Hello.
देशमुख।
Yeah.
हाँ सर, हेलो।
Okay. Good morning.
ओके सर, ओके, करिए आप। ओवर टू डॉक्टर देशमुख।
Yeah.
सो थैंक यू
Am
सर।
I audible?
हाँ, ऑडिबल,
Okay.
स्पीक दैट वन।
Honorable, our today's guest speaker, organizer, R.B.S. college principals, uh, my friend Professor R.B. Singh, organizing secretary, uh, Honorable Vinod Kumar sir, and all the faculty of R.B.S. and the uh, webinar participant, all my dear webinar participant. This international webinar we are organizing on the global impact of COVID-19 on teacher education, transforming challenges into opportunities. And just now, Honorable Senapati sir just mentioned that there is a gap between teacher education and school educations, and we have to bridge that gap. Now we are using this time, whatever lockdown time we got, we are trying to use in a fruitful way. And for these academic discussions, not only just now we had a one national conference by R.B.S. Now I ask my friend Professor Singh sir, why not we organize international event, international webinar? So we will get exposure of uh, entire world and what exactly how they are dealing, what exactly they are doing during this period. We have some five international keynote speaker. Today we have a three international keynote speaker. It is with deep pride and humility that I introduce the first keynote speaker for this webinar, Dr. Ashina Singh Pillai. Dr. Ashina Singh Pillai is a academic leader and senior lecturer, science and technology education, University of KwaZulu, Natal, Durban. Uh, that means it's of South Africa. And Professor Ashina, Professor Ashina is a basically uh, she is a science educationalist, and she has even her doctorate is also in science education, and she is working in the area of science education as well as uh, biological science is a her hardcore subject, and science and technology is a her unique. She published many international peer-reviewed uh, journals articles. She published many articles in peer-reviewed journals. She also honors and award numerous honors and awards. Particularly, I would like to mention uh, since 2014 to 2018, uh, she received many awards. In a top 30 published researcher at UK, one of that top list 30 published researcher, and she also published uh, many books. She is author of many review articles, and also under her guidance, many research project she has been conducting. And I know that Dr. Ashina would like to share with us teaching and learning within the COVID-19 pandemic, challenges and opportunities, South African perspectives. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Ashina Singh Pillai. Over to Ashina, Professor Ashina.
Thank you, Narendra ji. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity of being a part of this prestigious webinar. I truly appreciate the invitation.
Hello, Professor Ash. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, Professor Ash. Hello, Professor Ash. Yeah, audible. Keep it on. Keep it on. Yeah. Okay. Now click present. You are presenting everyone. Your mic, Professor Ashina, your mic is mute. Hello. Hello, Professor Ash. Professor Ash, you are not audible. Hello, Professor Ash. Professor Ash, you are not audible. Can you unmute your mic, Professor Ash? सिंह सर, मेरी आवाज आ रही है ना?
आपकी आ रही है, उनकी नहीं आ रही है। आपकी आ रही है।
हाँ, मैं वही कोशिश कर रहा हूँ उनसे बात करने की। हेलो प्रोफेसर ऐश, कैन यू अनम्यूट? Professor Ash, you are not audible. Please unmute your mic. Can we? Yeah, Professor Daniel, what happens? Professor Ashina's mic is mute. She's supposed to unmute it, and then she's supposed to speak. Uh, can we ask Professor Jaya? Can you contact her? Hello, Professor Jaya.
I hear what you're saying.
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can you contact Ash and ask her to unmute her mic?
She has unmuted her mic, Prof, but I think the administrator must double check on his side.
Pawan, please. Hey, Pawan. Hello. Pawan.
हाँ सर बोलिए।
अरे ये आशिना मैम का म्यूट करके दिया है तेरे माइक।
सर चेक करता हूँ मैं एक मिनट।
हाँ जरा चेक करो।
सर यहाँ से तो अनम्यूट है।
सर यहाँ से अनम्यूट है। यहाँ से अनम्यूट है।
यहाँ से अनम्यूट है सर, यहाँ से
यहाँ से कोई दिक्कत है क्या इसका?
नहीं।
तो करेक्ट यहाँ से
नहीं सर, वहीं से अनम्यूट कर दिया उन्होंने। यहाँ अभी तो वो बोल रही थी, सही था वो।
नहीं यहाँ से कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं सर। या स्टार्टिंग में जैसे ही उन्होंने प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट किया उस समय प्रॉब्लम हो गया।
तुमको आवाज दे रहा है?
नहीं सर, यहाँ से तो दिखा
बुला रहा है कौन? अरे क्या? देशमुख।
हेलो प्रोफेसर जया।
Yes, Prof.
Actually from I think yeah, now she is trying to present. Hello, what I will suggest, Professor Ash, can you talk? Don't worry about slide because something going wrong when you are starting presentation, when you are starting a presenting. Hello, Professor Ash. Am I audible to you? Please unmute your mic. Your mic is, I think, can we ask Jaya?
Yes, Prof.
Jaya, can you start and then I think we will ask.
No problem.
Okay.
I'll do my one.
Okay, I was also ready, but no problem. Jaya, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Uh, uh, Dear friend, some technical issue is there with Professor Ashina Singh. Now let me introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Jaya Lakshmi Naidu. Professor Jaya Naidu is an associate professor of mathematics education and the academic leader for postgraduate certificate at the University of KwaZulu Natal. Professor Naidu currently represent the Association for Mathematics Education of South Africa, internationally on the South African National Committee for the International Mathematical Union. Uh, she is also a former recipient of UKZN Emerging Researcher Award. She was also successful in obtaining both the uh, South African National Committee of the International Mathematical Unions and Canon Colin Educational Trust Scholarship. She has been recognized as a top 30 most published researcher and a top 10 published women researcher in 2018. Her research interests include the use of technology in mathematics education, visualization in mathematics, issue of social justice, and mathematics education. The use of pedagogy strategies to improve teaching and learning mathematics, indigenous knowledge system, and mathematics education. Mathematics teacher training and development. Professor Naidu is a C-rated National Research Foundation researcher and is currently working on NRF funded projects exploring technology-based pedagogic tools for teaching mathematics education within higher education. I welcome Professor Jaya Naidu and I request you please share your experiences.
Thank you. Namaste. Good morning to the respected officials, academics, colleagues, and scholars, all protocol observed. Thank you for the very warm welcome. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity of presenting at this prestigious webinar. Thank you, Dr. B.B. Singh, Dr. Narendra, for your invitation and all your hard work in organizing the webinar and ensuring participation on a global platform. Thank you to your hardworking team for making all the necessary arrangements so that this webinar is successful. To the R.B.S. College Faculty of Education and the organizing committee, thank you for advancing discussions around COVID-19. Transforming challenges into opportunities is essential to consider to ensure global success in education. Along similar lines, today my presentation will focus on technology-based pedagogy within the context of COVID-19. So if you'll just allow me to share my screen, and then I can start my presentation. Can you see my screen, Prof? Integrating technology-based pedagogy in teacher education within the context of COVID-19. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. In recent years, novel technologies have led to transformations to our daily lives. We have now entered a new stage in the history of technological growth. This transformation is being labeled as the fourth industrial revolution. So what does this really mean for us? We need to understand where we are coming from to realize where we are going. So we have been through 3 industrial revolutions and we're currently in the 4th. The first industrial revolution was when we moved our dependence from animals and our effort to the use of fossil fuels, water and steam, and the mechanical power this enabled. The second industrial revolution was about electricity dispersal, both wireless and wired communication, and new processes of power generation. The third is about digital systems, communication, and rapid advances in computing power. The fourth is the current industrial revolution we are in. This represents novel methods in which technology becomes rooted within societies and even our bodies. So within the 4IR, robotics, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things are transforming the way we live and work. Amidst these transformations, as teacher educators, we need to discern the role that we will play within the fourth industrial revolution. So how do we educate for the fourth industrial revolution? We need to work together and brainstorm ideas on how best to support our teachers in embracing the 4IR. So we need some essential skills. We need the skills of communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. We also need to be digitally literate. Now that we are in this COVID-19 pandemic, it has disrupted our lives, encompassing societal and education lockdowns globally. This implies that pedagogy for teacher education requires rapid transformation. Within the 4IR, technology is essential in facilitating online pedagogy. So what are the implications for teacher education? We need to rethink, reimagine new ways of teaching and learning. Develop and empower academics to embrace the 4IR. Develop teacher training and methodology and content modules for the 4IR. And also, most importantly, we need to empower our communities to embrace the 4IR. So some of the examples of teaching and learning methodologies for the 21st century within the context of COVID-19. We could try creating online smart classrooms, online communities, using the cell phone as a teaching tool, encouraging online remote collaborative problem solving, encouraging online assessments. So you will see we'll now need to move beyond lecturing with chalkboards, interactive smart boards and whiteboards. We are now moving towards a smart classroom. So what exactly is the smart classroom? In a smart classroom, you will find that lecturers have shifted to making use of projectors, DVD players, and e-learning systems to display tutorial videos and online sessions. So many lecture rooms today are equipped with a projector attached to a whiteboard, where it's easy to shift from a normal classroom session to an interactive digital session. This can encourage students to pay more attention as we are now in the digital era where Google is our go-to place. In teacher education within the 4IR, we are moving towards a smart classroom, but within the context of COVID-19, we are moving towards an online or remote smart classroom. So how can we assist? How can we move forward? We need to start creating online communities. So lecturers can set up an online platform for students to communicate their ideas, suggestions, queries, so that students can solve these at any time. Online platforms can be on the learning management system of your university. For example, at UKZN in South Africa, we use Moodle, but you could also use Blackboard, or you could use Google, Zoom, Skype, or even WhatsApp. The interaction between a lecturer and a student does not have to end in an online lecture room. An online community is where a group or teams stay connected online, submitting projects, discussing topics, or even expressing ideas. Being open to online activities like these keeps students more focused. Even outside of online lecture rooms, the learning process still continues. It's very important for us to embrace this teaching tool. Cell phones are essential. We need to start looking at technology as an opportunity to develop teaching methods that resonate with students. Regardless of age, almost everyone owns a smartphone. As teacher educators, we need to embrace this technology-based teaching tool. We need to start using this in our smart classrooms. We could also consider collaborative problem solving, especially in my field, mathematics. I find this is quite useful because it's always about encouraging students to take responsibility for their own learning. And I have found two examples that work best for me in teacher education. And even as a teacher in a school, this also worked well for me. So the first example I would like to talk about is the think, pair, and share. So essentially, this think, pair, share method involves 3 rounds or 3 stages. In the first stage or round, you allow students to think about a problem, a section, a concept, or a topic. Once they have thought about it, pair them up and allow the pair to discuss between themselves solutions to the question. Discussions focusing on the concept, on the topic. And lastly, allow the pair now to share with the entire group. Share with the group their solutions, their discussions, their ideas. Throughout the think, pair, and share method, the teacher or the teacher educator is actually a facilitator and guides the process. You could also use a smart online classroom for this because you could use a WhatsApp group and create a group where you give students sections to think about, questions to talk about, pair them up within the WhatsApp group, and let them share online with you in an interactive online workshop or an interactive online lecture. The second method that also worked well in mathematics for me is a jigsaw method of problem solving. In this method, we have 2 rounds or 2 phases. In the first phase, we create expert groups, and in the second phase, we create teaching groups. So you could divide a topic into 4 subsections, group students out, give each group one subsection to become experts on. Let them research about the topic. Let them have teaching notes about that topic. Once they are clearly have clear knowledge of each subtopic, bring the groups back together, merge them into your existing class, and let these groups now become teaching groups. Let them teach the other members within the group the topic that they had researched or they had solved. In this way, we are creating collaboration, we're promoting critical thinking, and we're still important as teacher educators and teachers because we are now facilitating this process and guiding students. If students are on the wrong track, quickly give them some feedback, try to give them some information to support their ideas. But this is collaboration and problem solving at its best. Another important thing to consider, especially within COVID-19, is online assessments. We have shifted from the traditional paper and pencil or pen to a new generation of digital assessments. And now more than ever, we could see the benefits of this. With traditional, the timing of an assessment can only be given after learning. But with online, you can embed your assessment in learning. At each level, at each stage, students can be assessed at any time. Online assessments are also more accessible. The pathways are more adaptive. You don't have to wait to complete one section before giving an assessment. Feedback is immediate with online. Even your computer can do the marking for you, and students get feedback in real time. The item types are more advanced. It's different. There are more types that you could work with. Whereas in traditional, it's very generic. Very similar questions can be asked. But with online, you can have so many different ways of asking questions. The benefits of online assessment, it reduces your administrative burden as a teacher, educator, or a teacher. It's quicker to mark and issue results. Feedback is immediate. On-screen marking tools are available. The computer could mark for you. It's environmentally friendly, and it can be taken by any student regardless of where they are located. If they have data, access to the internet, and a device, students can take online assessments anywhere. It also increases security because marks and results are digitally stored. There's flexibility to take the exams anywhere at any time. Assessment reporting is quick, it's cost effective, and assessments are accessible to all students. So, what do we need to consider as we embrace the 4IR within the context of COVID 19? We need to move towards a constructivist learning. Students need to be motivated to construct their own knowledge. Lecturers ought to remember that they have a voice. They are designers of the curriculum and not just conveyors. Lecturers can teach the curriculum provided that they keep to the learning outcomes and the module outcomes. They can redesign how they want to teach the curriculum. Students ought to be encouraged to work collaboratively online to solve real-world problems. They need to make sense to a student. They need to be realistic. Assessment methods need to change. It ought to be more than just a conversation. And it can't just be about capturing percentages. We need to collaborate about assessment methods. We need to work with our colleagues, try to get the best method forward for your student or your learner. So what is the way forward? We need active collaboration from key role players within education. In order for us to embrace the fourth industrial revolution within the context of COVID-19, we need teachers, higher education institutes, communities, Department of Education, and government officials to work together. And within the COVID-19 pandemic, it is going to be a bit difficult because data is expensive, devices are expensive, so we also need industry and external funders to assist us, to help us move forward. So globally, our universities are moving in a positive direction towards embracing the fourth industrial revolution. Within the context of COVID-19, we need to embrace this revolution very rapidly. Within teacher education, pre-service and in-service teachers are gradually being equipped with the skills necessary to teach within the 4IR. There is still so much that can be done, but it is up to us as teacher educators to become familiar with technology-based teaching methodologies for the 4IR. In this way, we can transform challenges in opportunities. Shukriya, thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Jaya. Thank you again, Jaya. Thank you. Over to that one, Narendra Deshmukh. Hello, hear me, Narendra? Jaya, you speaking so well, and the presentation is so lovely. We people are enlightenment to knowledge and all. You are so lovely that one, PPT and all of. Deshmukh, you have hear me?
I can.
Anytime, Jaya, if you have time, please visit India
Yes,
and
I
sit
can.
with us. You give thanks to
Yes, I.
Jaya. So lovely presentation. आप
Thank you, Prof. Namaste.
नमस्ते नमस्ते जया
on
देशमुख ओवर टू देशमुख
on behalf of R.B.S, I thank Professor Jaya Naidu for sharing her valuable experiences in the context of teacher education and school education. She explained very nicely collaborative problem solving examples, various examples she shared with us. And another point which is very important in the context of our country, that is online assessment, because we have a very much big issue regarding this exam, university, not only university exam but all exams in our country. And I think online examination, uh, we have to think seriously. And once again, I thanks for accepting our invitation and delivering such a wonderful talk. Lot of new things we learn from you. I hope that in future also we are associated with you. Thank you once again. Thank you very much. Now I require big clap. I don't know how to do virtually big clap, clap, clap. It's a little difficult, but you can understand that we all appreciate your contributions. Now we have another speaker. I request. I hope that Professor Daniel is ready. Hello, Professor Daniel. Hello, Professor Daniel. Professor Daniel.
प्रोफेसर आशीन 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 हाँ डेनियल जो के
Yeah, Professor Daniel, can you hear me? Hello. I think Professor Daniel.
Can you hear me now?
Daniel sir का unmute.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I have signed in as Nancy, and if you allow me, I will continue.
Yeah, wait. 1 minute, wait.
Can you hear me?
Dear brother. Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, you are audible, Professor Daniel.
Okay,
Wait.
fine. Then you can
give
do
me
the
one.
introduction. I will be
Yeah,
ready
yeah.
to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Professor Daniel is a graduate from University of Nairobi, where he earned his PhD in comparative and contemporary issues in education and Master of Education degree in comparative and contemporary issue in education. He also graduated from Kenyatta University with a Bachelor of Education degree with specialization in economics and account. He has a wide range of teaching experience spanning over 28 years in both TVAT institutions and universities. Uh, Professor Daniel Gakunga has been a member of the faculty in the Department of Educational Foundation in the School of Education, College of Education and External Studies, University of Nairobi since 2005. He has been teaching courses on comparative and international education, contemporary issues in education, national system of education and research methods. Additionally, Dr. Daniel lectures on quality and inclusive education and the protective role of education in education in emergencies program. Dr. Daniel research and work focus on comparative education, focusing on learner, teachers, and social influence on education, technical and vocational education, and training. His research on refugee and post-colonialist education led him to conduct research in refugee camp and marginalized semi-arid areas of Kenya's northern region. Between 2010 and 2012, he was a lead consultant in the evaluation of the Weiser Bridge program that focused on improving girl education in Muru Bay, Kenya. His publication include Comparative Education, East African Perspective, and several other articles published in several online peer-reviewed journals. In 2013, Dr. Daniel Patton, partnered with researchers from Columbia University and Harvard University in the United States to examine the quality of education for camp-based and urban refugees in Kenya. This work was published in the first issue of the Journal of Education in Emergencies. In addition to his experience on Kenyan education, Dr. Daniel has expanded his research and consulting work to Somalia and South Sudan. His paper on challenges of continued civil strife on education. The case of Somalia informed refugee education policy in Kenya. Further, in 2011, Dr. Daniel traveled to business professor at the University of Juba by lecturing and advising teacher training. In 2019 June, Dr. Daniel was visiting lecture in University of Rwanda in the College of Education. Uh, he also attended and presented several academic papers in several international conferences, including CIS, Chicago, USA, then Canada, then uh, uh, the WCCS conferences is in Beijing, then China, another is in Johannesburg, and also in Switzerland, and also the WCCS World Congress he attended and he presented his research in Mexico. Additionally, Dr. Daniel has held a key position in various societies, including being the past president of Africa for research in comparative education and a member of special project standing committee of the WCCS. He is also the chief executive officer of the Center for Comparative Education Kenya. Now, from this short his biodata, I think we all got the idea that he is a person who have who explore the many countries in the context of comparative education, and we are expecting that in his speech, the title of his talk is navigating online teaching during the COVID-19 pandemic in Kenyan universities. Over to Professor Daniel.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yeah, you are audible. Very nice.
Are you able to see my presentation?
We can see your presentation also.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be in this international webinar. I'm very humbled and very excited, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to share a few thoughts. I also appreciate my immediate presenters. They have shared very interesting insights. My presentation is not going to be very long, but I just want to share with us just a journey. That's why I call it navigating online teaching during the COVID-19 pandemic in Kenyan universities. So I'm going to just share with us a brief on what happened when the universities were closed. And then we went into what I will call a wait and see phase. And then what most universities started doing, continuation of studies. And then legislation on online teaching, unlike probably many other countries in the world, some of the countries that we come from, they may not have legislation, and Kenya is one such example. And then I'll look at the online teaching adoption and the challenges we have experienced, and then I will conclude by looking at the way forward. In Kenya, The first case of COVID-19 patient was reported on 13th March, which is this year. And the government responded on what I call a panic mode and decided to close all learning institutions with effect from 16th of March 2020. And definitely at that time, the rallying call was stay home and be safe. Now, what happened is that most universities were in the middle of their second semester. So we had done about 10 weeks. So we had about 4 weeks to close. And our students, Bachelor of Education students who are on their practicum teaching practice, of course, when schools were closed, this also had to be suspended. So it was left somewhere hanging. As days went on, everyone hoped that the closure was temporal. So there was anticipation to resume normal teaching, which of course in this context is the face-to-face. However, this did not happen or did not seem to happen so soon as COVID infections started to rise in Kenya, and they are still rising even now. So the next phase after that closure was the remaining part of the month of March, going to the mid-April. There was like a wait and see phase, and no one was sure what the situation was going to be like. This is quite similar to the globe, so I'm just giving us a Kenyan experience. Now, in a span of 2 weeks after the closure of learning institutions, the government imposed more restrictions to curb the spread and infection of COVID. And in this country, some of the restrictions that we experienced were the curfew. I don't know that this has been done in other countries. I know there was a lockdown from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and cessation of movement in some of the counties, because our country is governed under counties that were considered to be at high risk. And what this meant was that only essential service providers were allowed to travel. It then became apparent that normal learning or face-to-face was likely not to happen as previously thought. In fact, after 2 weeks, I think the country was prepared that COVID-19 is not a very big deal, so it is possible to go back and everything else. But actually, after 4 weeks of the first case of COVID, the government was now very categorical that we were not going to resume schools. Learning per se, that is whether at primary or secondary or even university. And then, so mid-April 2020, the government's direction was very clear that the opening of learning institutions was not going to happen in the near future as everyone else had envisaged. So it's at this point that most universities started to consult on the possibilities of continuing with studies using a different mode, and this mode is definitely the online mode. Allow me to state here that not all programs in Kenya and in all universities are on online mode. That's why I'm talking about collaboration and consideration. Now, the first challenge was to establish the capacity of faculty to switch from face-to-face to online platform. And a quick survey did reveal that there was need to train all faculty on how to use the online mode. Now, that is an example from one of the universities, which is actually my university. And I'm sure other universities were doing likewise. And then it also became apparent that there was need also to train students on how to use the online platform. And for this to be adopted, there was needed to realign the university regulations to allow the online teaching. In this country, people have started becoming very sensitive that what you do, you first of all need to establish whether it is actually legal and it is within the university statutes. So universities had to quickly look at the legislation on online teaching so that this mode could be accepted. So a quick review of the university legislation was done of teaching, and learning was conducted to include online teaching. Now, this is usually in Kenya is done by the responsibility of the Senate. Now, once adopted, training for both faculty members and students were done by the ICT. Of course, there are very many platforms, but the very basic one that could probably be used within a short time and train people within a short time, included the Google Classroom, the Google Meet, the WebEx, the Learning Management System. And so these are the platforms that are currently being used in a different ways. So at this point, as I am sharing this, I can confidently and authoritatively be able to state that yes, online teaching now has been adopted. And just to share with us that once training was conducted for both faculty and students, the universities embarked on online teaching. Now, the online teaching included administering examinations online, although in this context, there was some bit of skepticism, especially on matters of examination integrity, unlike maybe that perception that everything would be secure. The concern here was the hacking into those systems, and they could actually jeopardize. So that's why there was a bit of skepticism. Now, it is important to know that the adoption of online teaching is a gradual process and is still going on, because some faculty members are still adopting slowly, while others, those who are computer savvy and ICT savvy, they have already moved on and no problem. Students also have adopted slowly, and others are adopting also slowly, but fully. We hope they can be brought on board. So the hope is that everyone, as we move on, will be able to embrace it and be able to move with the rest of the world as we are going. Allow me to share with us just very few challenges. Unlike other parts of the world, a lot of things have to be done in some of these places, and especially in our country. Now, this new normal has been faced with a lot of challenges. One, the online infrastructure outside the university prisons has been the greatest challenge. Unlike the setups outside the university, where when students are at the university, they have online internet accessibility, gadgets are available. When you're outside the university, that becomes a big challenge. Kenya as a country has not full. Yes, please.
Can you make your presentation full screen presentation?
Full screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here you have option.
Okay, one moment.
Yeah, please.
But could you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Were you hearing me?
You are audible.
Okay.
You just make your full screen presentation. Okay. Here only your presentation. Just bottom there is.
Okay. Okay. Fine.
Slide show.
Let me see whether is that okay?
Slide show. Do the slide show. Yeah, full. Now it's
yeah,
there.
That's where I am.
Good. Yes, very good. Thank you.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Please, continue, please. Sorry.
So I was sharing the challenge. Thank you for that. I was sharing the challenges that we have experienced. The first one is infrastructure outside the university prisons, and like I've said, it's quite a challenge. Now, Kenya as a country has not fully developed, doesn't have a fully developed ICT infrastructure to enable online teaching to happen effectively. And so it is affecting so many students, especially those who come from the remote areas. The other challenge we have also faced is the cost of internet in terms of bundles, whatever you're able to use to currently connect. So it's quietly a bit unaffordable for many students, and so it is a challenge. And connectivity in remote areas has been a big challenge, especially in terms of where there is even sometimes no electricity connectivity. Power failures sometimes affect that. And then, unlike other places, not every student may be in a position to afford a device. For example, most of them do not have smartphones. They don't even have tablets, or even they don't have a desktop. I mean, they don't have the devices we require. So those are the challenges that have started coming out as the university is encouraging everyone. And then the biggest challenge for faculty is those large classes. Maybe it will be important for you to note that in Kenya, we have sometimes classes of maybe 600 students, 700. So if you were to do an online class, that would be quite a an uphill task. But as we always say, the opportunities are there. Now, as I come to the conclusion, the way forward for Kenya is that universities have embraced online teaching as a new normal and another mode of the university learning. And this is gaining popularity and everything is being done. Universities have also realigned their academic regulations to include online teaching and learning and examinations. Online infrastructure has to be fully developed and in order to ensure that learning and teaching is being enabled. And in fact, the government has already started engaging service providers to ensure that that can be done. Because it was being done slowly, but now there's need to upscale so that it can cover the whole country. Cost of internet bundles has to be addressed so as to enable both faculty and students participate on the online teaching platform. And so there has been a lot of collaboration with the internet service providers. Like in my university, what the university did is that it partnered with one of the service providers to you give specific lines, telephone lines with enough data so that the students and faculty can be able now to be able to have their online classes going on. So that kind of collaboration is happening. And of course, the other aspect is to prioritize provision of ICT devices such as laptops and computers to all university students, because in such a scenario and in the midst of a crisis like that, when people cannot gather, they need actually to be enabled wherever they are. And it may look like a little bit out of point, but it is an important point. ICT literacy has to be enhanced for all faculty and students. The challenges that everyone faces in connectivity and understanding. You want to do this, sometimes it fails, and you have to ask. So that literacy has to be enhanced to ensure that everyone is actually doing well. And then online program can now be fully developed for future use. And as one of my other presenters mentioned, one of the greatest advantages that this will actually enhance equal access and participation. And when everyone can be able to participate, then the online platform will ensure equality in accessing and participating in education, whether it's at the university mainly, and so people can be able to learn and be able to move from one point to another. So in a nutshell, that is our experience as of now. We are still moving up and down. Maybe you note from the international media, our COVID cases are still rising. We are not very sure when institutions of higher learning or other institutions will be opened, but we are working and we are optimistic. So I loved this topic that we are actually looking at taking advantage, being innovative so that we can be able to take advantage of the crisis and be innovative and be able to move to the next level. Otherwise, thank you so much for listening and God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Daniel, for a wonderful presentation.
Hello.
Professor Daniel, actually, he explained the importance of culture of online learning, and I think we all have to learn when we are dealing with online learning. We are not used to the online learning. Some programs we are conducting, we are organizing on online, but not all. We are very much used to face-to-face interactions. That's the issue. And as you correctly mentioned that in the online learning, there is a equal access and large number of participation is there. And again, that issue will be a little bit what you can say debatable, where the participation is the active participation or not. But equal access, I 100% agree with you. And same sometimes similar like Kenya or African countries, the problem of infrastructures and other issues you are facing. Similar issues we are also facing in our rural area or tribal area of India also, and we are trying to cope with all these issues. Our university grant commissions and then NCRT and our open universities in India have many online courses and distance education courses. Uh, they are trying to enhance the capacities and the professional development is first and most important part in this our teacher education area. I agree with you. Once again, on behalf of organizer, uh, on behalf of R.B.S. College, Agra, I thank you for accepting our invitation, and you shared your experiences very nicely. We all appreciate and congratulate you. Thank you very much once again. Clap, 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 clap. Okay. Now,
Thank you, thank you.
Uh, I think we also have to explore something appreciations, some music or some background, because I think you all are aware about TV programs, and in that TV programs, background music and everything is there. Similarly, in this online learning also, we have to think something about this in webinar, so it make more enjoyable. I hope so. In future, as you said that these online programs and online courses have a bright future, no problem at all. It support continuously, and one can do his or her professional development and learn many new things. Now, can I ask Professor Ashina? Uh, Hello. Uh,
Hello, can you hear me?
can you sorry, I think some technical issue was there, but would you like to share your experiences? Would you like to do your presentation?
Yes. Yes, can you
Yeah,
hear me?
yeah,
Um,
you are audible. You are audible.
my screen. Can I talk by the time while I try and
Yeah,
get my screen?
I think you can you can try your PowerPoint presentation if you would like to do. Otherwise, you are audible now. If you don't want to use your PowerPoint presentation.
I cannot seem to share it, so
Okay.
I'm going to talk in the meantime. I
Yeah.
hope that's okay. Um, so my presentation is entitled Virtual Presence and the Absence of Bodies, and you can see my presentation has virtually disappeared. So there are challenges with technology.
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, so I'm going to begin. The COVID 19 pandemic has challenged the normality of our life. This crisis has represented an unprecedented occasion for higher education institutions to evaluate its preparedness for the new challenge, for new changes. It has also galvanized us into reflection and action. For instance, regarding how we can tap into digital technologies and other creative ways of better serving the needs of higher education and addressing latent disruptors like COVID 19. Education institutions have been forced to change their mode of delivery to save the lives and halt the spread of the virus. There's been tremendous pressure on DVCs, deans, and academic leaders to ensure that no students are left behind. Their leadership has been challenged. They had to navigate the tensions of empty lecture rooms versus reaching out to all students virtually. The dilemma of personal pastoral care versus pedagogical care. In an effort to ensure that no students are left behind, the personal well-being, health, and psychological needs of both staff and students were prioritized. Leaders were not trained to lead in pandemics, so they were under tremendous pressure and had to attend multiple meetings at odd hours. And these meetings were often reactive, emotional, challenging, and draining. Amidst all of these tensions, the academic leaders had to train and capacitate staff to use various technology platforms for online teaching and learning, such as Moodle, Kaltura, Zoom, Google Forms, and WhatsApp. But for us, saving the academic year meant that the module templates had to be revised for online teaching and learning. But more importantly, the assessment strategies had to be adjusted to ensure that the module outcomes were being achieved via the revised assessment plan. We did this to ensure that the quality of our qualification was not compromised. We engaged in robust debates to ensure what constitutes continuous assessment, formative assessment, and summative assessment. We also contemplated how modules with practical components involving laboratory work would be accommodated in the online teaching platform. How our final year pre-service teachers were going to meet the teaching practicum requirement was also a challenge for us. We had our academics planning for remote teaching while on lockdown. So in other words, planning for remote teaching was taking place individually without collaboration, without working in a community of practice. Our ICS department was tasked with getting data bundles for our students. Our sessional dates had to be adjusted to cater for contact time that was lost during the lockdown. With all of the above requirements in place, the academic leaders of teaching and learning organized a dry run for the online teaching program for the month of May. The dry run was aligned to our timetable so that there were no clashes in terms of lecture times and the duration of the lectures. At the end of May, the three academic leaders of teaching and learning at my campus, we met, we organized a virtual engagement day. We had surveys, the academic day, the virtual engagement academic day was with staff teaching on the dry run. We also conducted surveys with our students. And today's presentation is a reflection, it's our collective reflection on the process that we have engaged with for the online teaching and learning. These findings from our reflection will be significant as it will allow praxis to inform policy by outlining the course of action that our institution ought to follow for implementing online and remote teaching. So the theoretical framework that guided us in our reflection sessions were reflection in action and reflection on action. Reflection in action refers to thinking about what one is doing whilst one is doing it. It is typically stimulated by surprise or something which puzzles the practitioner concerned. So we've drawn on Sean's work on reflection in action and reflection on action. Reflection on action involves looking back after the event has occurred. So, in other words, it is retrospective of the practice undertaken. So, today's presentation is based on reflection in action and reflection on action. So, while we were engaged in this process of organizing the online teaching and learning at our institution, we reflected on online teaching and learning itself. And we found that literature is replete with studies on barriers to online teaching and learning under normal circumstances where online learning occurs together with face to face teaching. So we had that held in mind. We're also rethinking praxis and the ethics of care. Our confinement during the pandemic has led us to think about our ethics of care. This care has made it clear that we need to deepen our care for others, becoming more attentive to the emotional and lived experience of our students. We also felt that the ethics of care must be considered as inequalities in confinement is prevalent. It would be wrong to assume that all researchers, all academics, all students have suitable and supportive home working environment. For example, many students often live in small or shared houses and need to redefine schedules and work spaces. Even academics are caught juggling the home work balance. It's often difficult as academics who have young children to expect them to teach online, to work creatively, to supervise, and to continue to perform administrative tasks while homeschooling their children and performing other household chores. Even if household conditions were favorable, we asked ourselves, could someone be expected to carry on as normal in the wake of a global pandemic and maintain the same pace of productivity and engagement with our job duties? We thought that this may be difficult, if not impossible, and it may be counterproductive to maintain these expectations. We also had debates amongst ourselves about formative versus summative assessment and how continuous assessment would be integrated into the online teaching platform. So the presentation today is based on dialogue between three academic leaders. These dialogues occurred via Zoom. The Zoom meetings were recorded. We obviously maintained reflective diaries to record what we were considering and contemplating while organizing the online teaching and learning. So for the discussions and our findings, we came up with enablers and challenges. And we had enablers and challenges for academic leaders. So our enablers were, we were dealing with a constant state of flux. We were dealing with uncertainties, and we had displayed the following types of leadership. We displayed adaptive capacity, where we were ready to modify our responses in the context of a changing university requirements. Responsive capacity, the readiness to respond to every crisis. Transformative capacity, where we were ready to predict and deal with a variety of different crises that we had to deal with, that were beyond our job profile. The challenges we encountered was an increase in our workload. We had to juggle many activities in a shortened space of time. We also had to juggle our work-life balance. The academics also encountered enablers and challenges. The enablers were the opportunity for the dry run. It allowed us to establish what worked and what didn't work and how we could resolve these challenges. The academics were actually grateful for the opportunity of being granted data and connectivity with the students. It allowed them to keep in touch with students at a critical time when social distancing is the new normal. It allowed the staff to try out various teaching methods. It forced them to think in new ways of assessing learners. It actually also improved their technological literacy and technological skills. So that was an enabler, having the dry run. The challenges. Staff were concerned about students' levels of interest and engagement. They were also very concerned about pedagogical issues. They found that the strategies for online teaching were not the same as the strategies for face-to-face approaches. So in other words, there was a disconnect between face-to-face teaching strategies and online teaching strategies. And this disconnect had implications for teacher training programs and preparing teachers to teach in the fourth industrial revolution. In terms of our students, we reflected on the student survey and we found that there were opportunities. The opportunities were in our campus, we have a class rep for every module. And we found that the class reps developed a new kind of agency. They were happy to take on the responsibility of coordinating WhatsApp groups, Facebook messages to get students aware of notices that were being posted on the academic platforms that we use, which is Moodle. So the class reps were able to bridge the gap between the lecturers and the students. And we found that students communicated via the class reps to the lecturers on problems they were encountering. So this actually gave us the opportunity to redefine the role and importance of class reps in this online teaching platform and in reaching out to students. And what was good was the class reps felt valued. They felt that they had a role to play. So it was a new kind of agency that is emerging via the data that we have collected thus far, that class reps can assist in bridging this divide, in reaching out to students. And what was nice was that our class reps assisted in creating demonstration videos for our students to engage with the online platforms. We found that there was also an increase in the number of students accessing lecture slides and audio recorded presentations. They appreciated the PowerPoints that were onloaded, the pre-recorded lectures that were available to them. They could access this material where and when they wanted to and work at their own pace. Students were excited to participate in the Zoom lectures because some of our classes are very large. We have up to 1,000 students. And what was nice is that their names came up and the lecturer responded by identifying their name. And it made them feel good because they were now being recognized. They were not just a face in the sea of faces. So these were the enablers that our students encountered with online learning. And of course, our students were very appreciative of the data that they received from the university. Our students receive data on a monthly basis from us, nighttime and day data. The challenges that the students occurred was their readiness in terms of epistemological readiness and skills requirement. In South Africa, our students are at different levels because of the context. Whilst transformation has occurred, we find that infrastructure is at different levels. We still have a carryover effect of apartheid in some of our schools where the resources are different. So students coming to university with different levels of epistemological readiness. Also, we found that the home environment of our students, some students, were not conducive to learning. They had limited space to work. It was difficult for them to manage the home life study balance. Many households are very patriarchal, and you find that our female students were inundated with household chores. So being at home meant that they had to assist with household chores, and the need to engage with studies was not being valued. And of course, being in a confined home in a very patriarchal society, we find that gender-based violence was occurring as well. So these are the challenges of online learning that our students are encountering. And of course, the other challenge was their learning styles were not being accommodated because the online teaching, one size fits all approach in terms of pedagogy, does not create for the multiple learning styles. And we found that because of the vast spread of our students from urban to rural areas, they had major challenges with connectivity. So these are some of the challenges our students encountered. So in my presentation, I've covered opportunities and challenges in terms of the academic leaders. I've covered opportunities and challenges in terms of academics. I've covered challenges and opportunities in terms of our students. So, what does this mean? Where do we go to from here? Our findings, our reflections are showing that we need more training for academics in terms of pedagogies for online teaching. In terms of our pre-service teachers and our in-service teachers, we need training for them as well in terms of using various technologies to prepare them for the fourth industrial revolution. And this then brings me to the end of my presentation. I would email my PowerPoint presentation to Narendra so he can share it with you all. I thank you for the opportunity. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ashina. You raised so many issues. I don't know how we can deal with all these issues, but some important point you highlighted, that is that point is that reflection in and on action, which is very important. As a teacher educator, we all have to understand what is the meaning of reflection in and reflection on in the process of our teaching learning. And you also shared challenges as well as opportunities in this COVID-19 pandemic situation, and lot of experiences, a lot of examples, anecdote you shared with us. And I am sure that most of our webinar participants learn many new things from South African context. Yeah, that is also another point is also important. That's the context, epistemological context you mentioned. And another the point which you raised, that how we can make online learning which deal with multiple learning styles, because we all are aware that our learners are coming from a very diverse background, not only socio-economical but also every individual have their own learning style. And in that context, I think how we can cope with this multiple learning style during our online session. That is also one aspect, or I can say one issue which we all have to learn. Once again, thank you on behalf of R.B.S. College Agra for accepting invitation and delivered a wonderful session. Now, clap, clap, clap. I don't know whether you can hear or not. Yeah, that is good. Now, I welcome Professor Goel sir. Uh, in our country, many renowned educationalists we have, and Professor Goel sir is one of renowned teacher educator as well as teacher researcher, particularly I can say, and huge experience. Which he have a lot of new ideas, vision, mission for teacher education. I don't know when whether he aware about all of, previous speakers what they shared, but Goel sir, I would like I would like your comment, if you can do some comments in the context of teacher education. Goel sir, hello. Pawan, hello Pawan. Uh, we have any questions from our webinar participant on YouTube? Pawan? Well, sir, would you like to make some comment?
हाँ सर बोलिए.
हेलो हेलो देशमुख जी, एम आई ऑडिबल? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Sir.
Are you in a position to listen to me?
Yes, sir.
बसंत जी, आप सुन पा रहे हैं?
हाँ, खूब
Yes, sir. Well, sir, हम सुन रहे हैं आपको.
Okay.
All are listening, sir.
Fine. Well, I was enjoying the presentation by all the colleagues, and I tried to enjoy every bit of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
हरिकेश भाई बोल रहे थे, when Professor Harikesh was speaking, I was very happy. Why I was very happy was the webinar and through e-mode. And what I read from there is that education as a discipline is independent of all the COVID-19 or any other epidemic. Education and teacher education are independent, and education has its own identity. We educators, we students, we teacher educators know how to deal . When I was enjoying the presentations, Professor Harikesh, then Harushikesh, and Harushikesh prepared us for this COVID much in advance. We know how to have online communication. We know how to have e-communication. We have depositories, and we are in a position to have the courses through MOOCs, massive open online courses. We are very much abreast with the distant mode, the e-mode, and I think this epidemic, if we call it epidemic, we are not in a position to be face to face. Let me share with you. It is my first global webinar. I have never attended any global seminar or any international seminar. It is my first seminar. I once visited University of Saskatoon, long back, 1989 somewhere, wherein Professor Richard Schwer taught me the authoring packages. Barry Brown taught me how to have talkback in the distance mode. And I really feel proud that we were equipped so far back. And when Naidu was speaking, okay, and she was talking of thinking, then pairing, then sharing, then jigsaw. And when I was traveling through her presentation, lovely. And when Harikesh was saying that we need to bridge the gap between school education and teacher education. Yes, we need to put in efforts. And I think particularly my caution is that we may have webinars, we may have distant communication, we may have e-communication, but our education ought to sustain its identity that it has to be holistic. And high tech ought to have high touch, And I am confident, I am fully confident that each one of us, we teachers, we teacher educators, we learners, are in a position to have holistic education, be it cognitive construction, be it social construction, be it environment construction, even metaphysical construction through the E mode. And there lies the strength of education and teacher education during any epidemic, during any problem, during any crisis. And I think warriors may win. Warriors may win physically. Warriors may win geographically. It is education and which can bewitch the minds. It is education and education only which can bewitch the minds. And this statement, I mean that now you see, all of us see, including me, that how education is live and alive during what we call this epidemic when there is a lockdown. There is a lockdown. And even the novice people who never have had much of experience with e-learning and e-communication and e-teaching are into it, are into the culture, are into the e-culture. There lies the strength of our education. And I really feel proud of the way the webinar is being organized by the R.B. College, Agra, and the Jeel of Basant, the Jeel of Deshmukh, the Jeel of our principal. Now, before I am not I'm not competent enough to conclude, but let me say a few things. When I found that some of my colleagues were not in a position to demute their mics, I was expecting from education and teacher education to suggest them the tap on the screen so that the mic is available to be demuted. There we failed. I think we should have acted timely, be it the presentation by the principal or be it the presentation by Professor Harikesh Singh to begin with. उनको इतना बता देते तो वो कर लेते और वो problem solve हो जाता. They could have demuted the mic. Then another Ashina was facing the problem when she was trying to coordinate the PowerPoint presentation and her oral presentation. There was gap, and the organizers had to shift to Naidu's presentation. Well, Ashina could have been helped there, and then only she could have been suggested what to do to demute the mic. At the same time, how to coordinate the PowerPoint presentation and the oral presentation, and how to have how to realize that spatial and temporal contiguity in the presentation. Then was I think with all lips and buts, the seminar went on very well. when the webinar is going on very well. Well, mode of communication has its own grammar. That is the discipline of analysis and synthesis. While organizing these webinars, we should be ready with, because there are many novices who join the webinar, and it is very pious expectation, and this is very pious participation that we like to volunteer independently to attend to these seminars and contribute, learn from these and contribute to these webinars. Well, with all ifs and buts, the webinar is realizing its ambitious objective. Point before I forget, Homo, the friend who came after Naidu. Then while he was projecting the PowerPoint presentation, the entire screen was not covered. And I don't have that powerful eyesight. I was expecting him to cover the entire screen. So I think then we are able to take care of these elementary things. These are just elementary. But as a whole, the webinar has its own ethos. The webinar has its own strength. The webinar has its own reach, and the webinar has its own connectivity. And I congratulate the R.B. College of Education, R.B. College, the principal, the entire team, Basant, even our Home Baba Center for Science Education, Deshmukh, who has been coordinating along with Basant Bahadur, that we are trying to realize the global consortium of teacher education and education through these powerful webinars. Well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my scattered thinking. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Goel sir, for your nice comment. And as we all are aware that Nelson Mandela's statement that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And I think this job we all are doing. And wonderful comment, sir. Really appreciate it. And whatever you guided us, we will try to improve in our next session, in our future work also. Once again, thank you very much. Now I don't know whether Pawan, Mr. Pawan is there. Can you share some questions?
हाँ बोलिए
कुछ questions है क्या?
क्वेश्चन बॉक्स में रख दिया हो, keep in a box.
Can you share on this chat box, so we will ask our keynote speakers to comments on it.
Pawan,
or even I think more than 14.
Sir, बोलिए.
You can you share some questions which our YouTube participant raised?
Okay, sir. I'll sending you.
Yeah. Where you are sharing that questions?
Sir, in the chat section.
Yeah, please share. So okay. Professor Ash, Professor Jaya, and Professor Daniel. Where is Professor Daniel? Hello, Professor Ash. Professor Jaya.
I'm here, Prof.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, very nice. And Professor Daniel. Hello, Professor Daniel. I'm taking. Can I take some few questions raised by our YouTube because the session. The first question is that how can teacher play significant role after the pandemic? You got my question?
Yes, I'll go first. So, how can a teacher play a different role after the pandemic? Once lockdown is over and once students are back at schools, I would think that a teacher has a very difficult role. Apart from teaching content, the teacher will also need to be able to address the emotional aspects of the student, and we'll need to also see how much the students have gained during this online sessions and which students were left behind. It's going to be quite a difficult role for the teacher to try and bridge this gap between the access, the availability of the students during the pandemic, the amount of content that was covered or not covered, the assessment that needs to be done. So our teachers are going to play a very big role, and we'll have to, as teacher educators, support the teacher in the classroom. We can guide them with processes that they can follow. Thank you.
Hello, can I contribute?
Can I?
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Teachers would have a very significant role. I spoke earlier of the ethics of care. So they would have to play a significant role in exercising pastoral care to the students, not just in terms of content, as Jaya has mentioned, but in terms of the emotional and psychological needs. I know they are not trained psychologists, but they can help in filling that void. And also, teachers will have a role to exercise their agency in creating little communities of practice for their students within the community to help them come up to speed in terms of content that they may not have managed to grasp, so that no student is left behind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Professor Daniel?
Yeah, can I say my thinking is we are not envisaging a situation where the pandemic is going to end. What we are actually realizing, and this is a global perspective, is that this pandemic is likely to stay longer than we are thinking. So the role of the teacher is not necessarily after the pandemic, but probably is when the lockdowns are suspended, and now teachers can be able to be in touch with their students. So a lot of encouragement, and like Professor Ashley has said, Mashina has said that the psychological aspect, because students usually are traumatized and they go through a lot of difficulties. So the teacher will play a very important role in especially helping students to come up and go through these experiences. Some of them maybe by the time they go back to school, if that will happen in the near future, they could also have been infected by the COVID. And, sometimes people stigmatize students. So that psychosocial, the mental health aspect of it, because if parents were also affected of these learners, they will need to be encouraged. So the teacher still has a critical role. Besides the focus on the curriculum, the other socio-economic aspects and socio-cultural aspects must also be addressed so that the needs of the students can be encouraged and the learners can be able to be focused to continue learning amidst the pandemic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we take second question? The second question is that what can be the possible changes will be formed in current education system for handling current situation?
Okay, I can go first if you don't mind.
Yeah, please.
Okay, I think that we'll have to look at what we are currently doing, and most of us globally are teaching contact-based. We'll have to see how we need to or can incorporate some blended learning, flipped classroom approaches to handle the situation moving forward. Because prior to the pandemic, most of our schools globally were not prepared for online learning or for blended learning or for flipped classrooms. So if we put this into our curriculum, teacher educator curriculum, if we train teachers to enable them to work with an online or hybrid system of learning, maybe if we have the situation, God forbid, we don't want the situation, but if we have a problem in the future, our teachers will be more equipped. Thank you.
Professor Ash or Professor Daniel, would you like to make a comment on it?
I think that.
Well, I just want to concur very well with Professor Jaya. I'm speaking.
Yeah, Daniel, please.
Yeah, thank you. I really want to concur with Professor Jaya that actually the education system globally must now embrace, and now this is what we are saying, the opportunity, turning the challenge into opportunity. The opportunity now has come to embrace online teaching as a part of the face-to-face, so that the alternative can always be available. Like I did indicate, like in our country, we did not have this as a very organized system, and it is not done by every institution, and even the infrastructure is not in place. So this will impact greatly. So one of the changes is legislation, in my thinking, and then improvement on infrastructure, so that it is possible to have the blended learning, so that it's those who can be able to do online teaching and those who can do face-to-face and be able to balance the whole thing, then the education system will be able to pick up and be able to run with it, and it becomes the normal. It's no longer going to be the new normal, it's going to be the normal as we move along. Thank you.
Professor Ash?
I think my colleagues have covered this point very well, because we have to change our paradigm. We have to have the paradigm shift towards embracing online teaching. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, I also request Professor Goel, sir. Professor Goel, sir, the first question was actually how can teacher play significant role after the pandemic? And the second question was what can be the possible changes will be formed in current situation system for handling current situation? Do you have any comments on it? Goel, sir. Unmute. Please unmute your mic.
Am I audible now, Deshmukhji?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
The current situation demands
Yes, we can hear you.
How to compensate for when we are not in a position to be face to face. Okay, that is the basic difference, face to face. And two is now there is cross-border reach. How to rise from local perspective to the global perspective. Even otherwise it was there, but now it is more so. Now catering to both of these requirements. One, how to be effective through e-mode when we are not really face to face, when we are virtually face to face. Well, for that we need to know the basics of e-communication. I'm learning how to demute the mic, how to synchronize the PowerPoint presentation and oral presentation, how to run with the speed of delivery. That speed of delivery of the various presenters varies. How to tune myself to the varying speeds of delivery and the varying accent. So when we have education, when we have teacher education, when we have intercommunication through e-mode, through distance mode, we have to be very particular regarding the various elements of communication. The message, the medium, the sender, the message, the medium, the receiver, the environment. I think there has to be a sync. There has to be a coordination, proper coordination. Well, I think it's not a big challenge. It's not a big challenge. The only thing is that we learn regarding the various apps, their nature, their composition, their behavior, their strength, their limitation. And whenever we are on a particular platform, be it face to face, or be it distant, or be it e mode, I think if we can be at ease with when we are in a position to integrate with respect to the various elements and the various variables, various parameters, those settings of things. Even when there is a single elementary flaw, it can create lot of chaos and disturbance. We the today's webinar is a witness to it. Okay, we had to reschedule, we had to integrate, reintegrate, we had to go back and forth, we had to wait. Why so? Because I think we need to learn the basics, the elements of e-communication. Otherwise, there is
Okay. Can we
and
take
how under the varying conditions our education and teacher education are allied, could be allied. We have to be very sensitive to those elements, learning from the experiences of each other, um, irrespective of who we are, where from we are. I think every effort is appreciable, every project is appreciable. We need to really go into the core of every uh, every effort. And I think the present condition, the present scenario of lockdown, which it uh, often suggests us, or rather kicks us, that if we like to remain alive, if this biosphere likes to be meaningful, we have to sustain our communication round the clock meaningfully. And for meaningful sustenance of communication, there is a need to have technological culture. I think from this media crowd, that we need to transcend to the media culture, and transcendence to the media culture demand that we are sensitive to, we have zeal, we have the passion, we have the discipline to learn regarding the behavior, and there is a need to move from know how to do how. Merely knowledge won't work. We have to go to the realm of skills also, as our honorable Prime Minister says, that skill, scale, and speed. I think we have to go into that realm along with our competencies, our knowledge, and our feelings. So there should be amalgamation, and I think technology can really help us realize it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Goel sir. Now we have 7 questions. Only we have finished 2 questions. Now let me take another question. The question is teaching online, we are neglecting emotional aspect of student. What is your idea, your views?
Okay. Well, it's a query, it's a question, it's a problem which has been haunting me for years together. And long back, we try to share our thinking on the basis in the form of a writing, high tech and high touch, high tech and high touch. There is no problem with technology. There is no problem with media. Much depends on what we feed into those. What we feed into those. I think I received some WhatsApp day before, and with every act of the characters there I wept. With every act of the characters I wept. With every act of the characters I recalled my association with the elderly, with the children. What made me to be emotional? Because it touched me, it teased me, and it really reached my heart. It not only brain, it it we heard it with my model. Beautiful, such a meaningful serve, such a emotional serve, such a serve I think there is no need to blame technology. What is technology? Technology is applied sciences. And when we apply sciences, these applied sciences are our extension. अब तो हमारा विस्तार है ना, विस्तार है रेडियो हमारा विस्तार है, टीवी हमारा विस्तार है, कंप्यूटर हमारा विस्तार है, ऐप हमारा विस्तार है. All these are our extensions, mere extensions. So technology is what we feed into it. So there is no need to doubt the competencies, the strengths of technologies in sustaining the holistic communication, in sustaining the holistic being. Well, this is what I feel. This is what I feel.
Okay, thank you. I think our keynote speaker also would like to comment on it. At the same time, I am taking another questions for our keynote speaker. The question is that can we have a global platform for educating teacher? If yes, then what are the major challenges
Yes.
to executing it?
Yeah. We have I think I feel proud when my ministry, MHRD, we were recently trying to think of having a consortium of teacher education for Commonwealth countries, for cross-border teacher education. And we designed a DPR to this effect. Then COVID was not there, even prior to that. So in case, not in case, we ought, हम क्या बताएं, universe by virtue of its structure is universe. We have one single verse, chorus. We sing in chorus, we sing in tune, we sing together. We all are together. Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. Okay. So when we say Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, the object of education, the vision of education, the mission of education, all these have to converge to keeping the education and teacher education alive. अभी मैं थोड़ा अंग्रेजी कम बोलूंगा, हिंदी में बोलता हूँ, बीच में इंग्लिश को लेकर आऊंगा. अरे वर्ल्ड वार 2 हुआ, जापान में बम गिरे, उससे कितना क्यास हुआ, उससे पता लगा कि we need to realize peace. And we have UNO, United Nations Organization. Now, how is the emergence of Corona now, COVID-19 now? Have not we learned through our lessons? Are those lessons not enough for us for sustaining peace? I think we have to be very careful. We have to be careful regarding not only the Human Development Index, we have to be careful regarding the Universe Development Index. When I say Universe Development Index, we need to be concerned regarding the development of all the entities which constitute the universe or multiverses. And I think that ought to be the concern of the education and teacher education of any state, any country, anywhere.
Thank you, Goel sir. Now I ask Ashina, Jaya, and Dr. Daniel. Please share your thoughts on these two questions. First is, can we have a global platform? And second one is the emotional aspect. Professor Ashina, Professor Jaya, or Professor Daniel?
Okay, I will answer on the emotional aspect. With online teaching, it is very difficult to have an emotional connection virtually with students. So yes, there is the aspect, there's this juncture of emotional connection in an online platform. And of course, we would have to really think of ways of trying to have connections with students and learners in other forms outside of the online platform. But having emotional connection with students in an online platform is a challenge currently. Thank you.
Professor Ash.
And I think you mean me,
Oh, sorry,
Jaya.
Professor Jaya.
Okay, thanks, Ash. I'll respond to the question about the global platform for educating teachers. I agree with Dr. Devraj. There are already platforms globally for educating teachers. But I think what we need, or what the challenges are, is that we have these global platforms. It's about encouraging active participation globally. That's what we need. We need to now try to encourage this active participation. For mathematics, for example, we do have a global platform. It's called ICME, the International Congress for Mathematics Education. So generally, we have conferences on a yearly basis. Of course, prior to COVID-19, we had face-to-face conferences, but we could use this idea, Dr. Narendra, where you have a webinar and invite key researchers globally so that we can talk about and we can discuss educating teachers globally. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Daniel.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to make two comments. First, on the emotional aspect. The reality of COVID is that it is actually propagating the antisocial behavior we have all practiced. When you're told not to shake hands, some of us love shaking hands. When you're told not to hug, some of us love, hugging, especially for young children. When they come home, they want to feel the love of the father. But now the COVID instructions are do not. Now, there is a confusion with the students. There is a confusion with the learners. So, in my view, it is very true that the online platform is so emotionless. It has no emotions, and you cannot be able to do much as at now. I don't know how to respond beyond that, but that for me, even without online, already the pandemic, even in the homes, it is bringing up a lot of challenges. On the issue of a global platform, it's a very noble idea. I'm sure what has not been probably put together is, for example, a curriculum that is probably global. It is more nationalized with its respective countries. But like I said, or rather it also mentioned in my small bio, I am involved in the Comparative Education Society. We have the World Comparative of Congress for Comparative Education Societies. We have also attended so many seminars, so many international workshops. So there is a way that teachers have been actually sharing information. So probably the question here should be, how do we enhance that? And maybe the bigger question, which I can throw to the audience and everyone outside there, can we have one kind of a teaching program for all teachers globally? That will imply we have one education system, which is not practical. So that is a challenge, but it's something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Now I am taking next question. That next question is that, considering this pandemic situation, do you think any changes should be made in syllabus, and should there any need to lessen the syllabus for upcoming year? Anyone?
Okay, I'll try. This is a very popular question. We are getting this question continuously at our university and at our schools within the country. And my view, this is just my view, is that, each grade, the syllabus we cover serves as a foundation for the next grade. So if we lessen the syllabus, if we remove content, how then will we prepare our students to go to the next grade? I think what the question should be, rather than removing content, is maybe we could consider extending the academic year for 2020 come into 2021, so that our content that is required to be covered is covered adequately. But that's just my thoughts. Instead of removing content, rather extend the academic year. Thank you.
Daniel, would you like to make any comment?
Yeah, I just want to concur with Professor Jaya. For me, you cannot change the syllabus. You cannot remove content. Otherwise, you affect the quality of education. And we work on what we call standardized syllabus or content that ought to be covered for this learner to be well grounded in whatever it is, mathematics, English. So the idea should be governments and education officers see how to add more time so that we cover. I think for me, one of the things I've observed is that we are running to nowhere until we are all healthy. So we can adjust the calendars to accommodate. So we should not be running to beat the time of the year so that we say we must have finished. No, time should not be a limiting factor. We should adjust it to accommodate health and comfort and quality and improvement of learning for all of us. Thank you.
Professor Ash, any comments? Hello, Professor Ash.
Well,
Okay.
Naren,
Yeah.
I have one observation to make regarding bringing about the changes in curricula. I think when we talk of teacher education and the lesson designing, our every lesson design ought to focus on all the domains: cognitive, affective, psychomotor. Say, I give you an example. The holistic science education program. So we deal in the preparation of tea preparation. When we deal in such a subject of tea preparation, what is tea? This ethylamine. We can go to the chemistry of it. Then how the tea is prepared, all the ingredients. We use the gas, we have the stove, we use water, which is a neutral medium. We have many ingredients. What is that mix? And how do we prepare it? Not only preparation. How do we serve it? How do we have it? How do we treat it? I think the formula become empty if those deviate the representative mathematics becomes mechanistic when we do not know what our symbols are representative of. When we go on using the equality operators or logical operators without going into the realm of reality, it becomes mechanistic. I think when we bringing about curricula, our curricula ought to be duly contextually located holistically. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ash, we have actually 3-4 another questions and which are very relevant. How can we inspire the student who are not self-motivated to put their best towards studies during the online studies? This is one question, and another question is also related with student. How can teacher remove the fear of students after the pandemic period? Because at this time all students are suffering from the fear of COVID-19. So first, how we can cope with this COVID-19 fear, and how, and second part is how we can motivate the student for a self-learning or online studies, you can say.
Thank you.
Anyone? Yeah, Ash, please.
In terms of fear, teachers are also afraid. I think globally, everyone is afraid of this pandemic. We're all afraid because lives matter. Everyone's life is equally important, whether it's students, whether it's teachers, whether it's parents or grandparents. So there is this notion of fear that everyone is experiencing currently. So it would be very difficult for us to assume that teachers can do this. Remember, teachers are not trained psychologists per se. We are trained to teach. So we are not trained to deal with much of the emotional aspect, but some teachers do have agency and they do address this. So these are things that we would still have to think about. These are challenges with online teaching and learning. Thank you.
Daniel?
Yeah, thank you. I would want to concur with Ashil that it is true. We are all fearing, although we are teachers, but probably in the context of basic education, where students look up to their teachers, sometimes there is that just confidence to hear the teacher say it is okay. If you get unwell, you'll be treated. We will be there for you. I think that bit we can be able to encourage students not to really fear. By the way, I think one thing which must be very clear to all of us is the role that education plays in disseminating information. And teachers can play a very critical role in providing the right and accurate information about COVID, because most people would have their taboos and explanations on what is all this. But when you provide actual facts as they are, and they are scientifically proven, then the students are likely to feel more confident that the teacher has told us this and this is correct, so the fear will be minimized. And then the other aspect of the emotional bit, like I said, still the teacher plays a very critical role in encouraging somebody to be able to just to feel loved and to feel that they belong. Now, to encourage students to take to take online studies serious or to be motivated, the challenge I find here for me is that the examinations, which usually are a motivator for learning, are not confirmed when they will happen. So there are students who are asking, why should I read and I'm not going to do exams? So that is, for me, is where I would leave it. Unless we are sure that exams will be done, especially national or terminal exams for different groups, that would be. And then the other thing is that what happens after I do my exam? Where am I going? If I can't leave my house, I cannot be useful outside there. So it's a delicate question. It may not have a very straight answer, but something to consider. Thank you.
Goel sir, would you like to make any comment?
Well, I was listening to the colleagues very, very carefully. I think we ought to employ, rather than bureaucratic hierarchical models, we need to go into the realm of human relations model. We need to understand the profiles of human beings, the conditions of human beings, and we need to tune our education to their conditions. I don't say that we ought not to change their conditions, but we ought to try to tune our education, synchronize our education, make our education relevant to the conditions and the profiles of our learners. And I think it is highly desirable. You may be thinking that Goel is saying, oh, he's talking too idealistic. I think we ought to be realistic. Too much of idealism would not help us. Let us try to tune our education to the profiles, to the conditions, to the aspirations of our learners. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone would like to make any comment? I am taking the last questions. Ash, any comments would you like to make?
No, I think it's covered. Thank you.
Yeah, Ash. Okay. Hello, Ash.
Hello, what is the question again?
Question basically is related with motivating students and parents, and another question is also raised by one of teacher educators, that how to encourage parents to send their children to school. Basically, the questions related with after COVID, how to motivate students, and how to deal with the fear of this COVID-19. That's a major focus.
Okay. And I think that Daniel did cover the aspect of fear in his response. And so I concur with him. In terms of motivating students, I think again, once COVID is over, if it's going to be over, we would have to present facts to students and parents. So it's more a community approach that we would have to take in conscientizing communities about COVID-19 being over, and the safety issue would come in. And once parents are aware that schools are now safe grounds for the children to come to, they would want to send their children to school. So for me, that's my take on it. But until the pandemic is over, we would never know how we're going to deal with it, because parents are very afraid for their children, especially those in primary school. Whether they can really abide by the rules. Like Daniel said earlier, children want to hug, they want to touch, they want to play with their friends. This idea of social distancing is difficult for them. So again, should the COVID end, the pandemic end, we would have to re-educate not only students but communities about safety issues and reassure them, and that would motivate them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am taking last questions. What are the major challenges for teacher apart from the technical challenges which needs to be addressed? And there is another question related with that. Can we make physical education compulsory at all level of education system? So one question is that what are the challenges apart from these technical issues teachers, educators should be addressed? Anyone?
Okay, I can respond to that. So I'll respond to the question about the challenges that teachers have. At the moment, as I hear what we are saying and as I see the comments, it's actually about covering the content that needs to be covered in this limited time. So that's a major challenge for teachers. And as I said earlier, I mean, we could consider extending the academic year, extending the time to complete this. The other challenge I see that teachers may have is also providing the emotional, psychological support to students. And Ash indicated earlier that, teachers are teachers. We are not trained as psychologists, but this is a challenge that teachers are going to be facing. We need to be able to provide some support to our students. The next type of challenge I see that teachers may have will be trying to bridge the gap between students. We don't want to leave our students behind, but we know that some students had access to online learning, some students didn't. How then are we going to bridge this gap between one class and you have a diverse number of students with regards to access in your classroom? And we know that globally, all education systems do not want to leave students behind. So this is another challenge that teachers will have. And perhaps having a global platform for educating teachers is a good way to go, because we could then perhaps discuss issues like this, where we could provide some sort of support for teachers in schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaya. Anyone would like to add?
Allow me to. Let
please.
me just add one comment on a challenge for teachers. The online teaching, the greatest challenge is to monitor whether really students are learning. Because you will talk and you will give instructions, but it's a little bit difficult for you to know whether actual learning has taken place. And that, for me, is one of the greatest challenge with online kind of interaction. And so it is something that people have to know how to go about it. Unless mature students you can monitor, but for young students, that becomes a big challenge. Thank you.
Ash?
I concur with my two colleagues on this. Thank you.
Okay. Goel sir, would you like to make any comment? Goel sir?
The biggest challenge. Am I reaching you, Naren?
Yes, yes. You are audible.
Yeah, the biggest challenge of online education is personalized education. Personalized education means I have masses of learners.
Hello? Goel sir? Goel sir? Hello? I think some technical issue is there.
That impossible also. It is not that impossible also. We can provide differential input. So the learners can choose and pick. They can choose and pick as per their requirement. Now how the teachers, how a single individual teacher could be that resourceful to cater to the requirement of the masses? That's a big challenge. I think for that a teacher has to be very resourceful in terms of not only the disciplinary aspect, but the cultural aspect, social aspect, emotional aspect, all the aspects. Then only it could be realized. And one more observation that that learning is a prerequisite for life. We cannot live unless we learn. So the learning motivation of the learners have to be sustained. Now the question is how to sustain it. When I say, ultimate aim of education is development of universal beings, and when ultimate aim of education is development of universal beings, means having interrelation, interdependence, integration amongst all the entities of the multiverses of the universe. How to know about all the entities? Is one single lifetime sufficient to know all that? I think I don't see even a single person who has that. But how to do it in such a way that we are in a position to attune to our environment, tune to ourselves maximally, so as to have full, meaningful, happy, healthy, resonating life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Goel sir. Now, I think after from morning 10 to it's now almost 2 o'clock. I think we have to stop here. Let me thanks our keynote speaker, Professor Ashina Singh Pillai, Professor Jaya Naidu, and Professor Daniel, and Professor Goel sir, who actually what I can say, who made this webinar very much active, interactive, and lot of new things, lot of new visions from we learn from him. Now I request Vinod Kumar sir, please propose a vote of thanks.
Hello.
Yeah, you are audible, please.
Order, sir.
सभी का अभिनंदन, अभिवादन। हम लोग ने ये साहस किया, हिम्मत की, हमारे प्रिंसिपल, मैनेजमेंट और हमारे अभिभावकों ने, डियर गोयल साहब, ऐसे व्यक्तित्वों से मोटिवेट होकर के हम लोगों ने ये कार्य किया है, जिसमें बहुत अच्छे वक्तव्य हम लोगों को सुनने मिले हैं। हम लोग विचार करते हैं, देखते हैं, more or less every country faced many challenges and opportunities. We are discussing for opportunity for this challenge and this type of condition, this type of problem, how to solve it. So first of all, मैं इस ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए 2 पिलर महत्वपूर्ण मानता हूं। एक डॉक्टर बीबी सिंह, दूसरे हमारे नरेंद्र देशमुख जी, जिन्होंने लग करके मेहनत करके इस कार्य को इस रूप में पहुंचाया है, इस वेबिनार को, और हम लोगों को ऐसी विषम स्थिति में, बड़ी डिफिकल्ट कंडीशंस में भी नेशनली नहीं इंटरनेशनल जोड़ने का, बात करने का अवसर दिया है। तो सबसे पहले ये बधाई के पात्र हैं, धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। मैनेजमेंट और प्रिंसिपल के बिना हम ये कोई कार्य नहीं कर सकते। तो हमारा मोटिवेशन हमारे गार्जियन के साथ प्रिंसिपल का और मैनेजमेंट का रहा, जिन्होंने हमें ये अवसर दिया और ये कार्य करने का अपॉर्चुनिटी दी है। वहीं मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ प्रोफेसर हरकेश जी का, जो हमारे गार्जियन भी हैं। उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे ढंग से इस विषय को रखा, क्योंकि अल्टरनेटिव प्रोग्राम ढूंढने की जरूरत है। प्रैक्टिस चैलेंजेस हैं, वैल्यूएशन चैलेंजेस हैं, एग्जामिनेशन चैलेंजेस हैं, इनोवेटिव डिवाइसेस की जरूरत है, एक्सटर्नल और इंटरनल एवेल्यूएशन किस प्रकार से हो, इस प्रकार से उन्होंने बहुत सारे बिंदु हमारे सामने रखे जो हमारे लिए प्रेरणादायक हैं और हम कुछ आगे इस क्षेत्र में करने के लिए प्रेरित होंगे। वहीं प्रोफेसर आशा शुक्ला, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा सोशल एस्पेक्ट को रखा और उन्होंने ये कहा टीचर एजुकेशन एक वाइडर कॉन्सेप्ट है और जिसमें एजुकेशन, सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन, ऑल एजुकेशन इन्वॉल्व है। और जब तक हम टीचर एजुकेटर अच्छे तैयार होंगे और अच्छे शिक्षक तैयार करेंगे, तभी राष्ट्र का, नेशन बिल्डअप होगा। और फेस टू फेस प्रोग्राम को उन्होंने बहुत महत्व दिया। वहीं ये कहा कि सोशल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमें निभानी होगी। एज ए टीचर एजुकेटर, अगर हम सोशल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को नहीं निभाते हैं तो निश्चित रूप में हमारी जो चैलेंजेस हैं ये बढ़ेंगे। तो हम इन स्थितियों में सोशल चेंज के लिए अपने आप को टोटल एजुकेशन में कुछ न कुछ बदलाव लाने की जरूरत है। वहीं प्रोफेसर सेनापति जी एनसीईआरटी के डायरेक्टर, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे बिंदु रखे। टीचर एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम को प्री सर्विस पर उन्होंने फोकस किया। नेशनल करिकुलम प्रोग्राम फ्रेमवर्क पर उन्होंने फोकस किया। मेंटल हेल्थ और एक्टिविटी टीचर्स की, टीचर एजुकेटर्स की फॉर लर्निंग आउटकम्स के लिए हों और टीचर एक्टिविटीज का प्रॉपर यूटिलाइजेशन थ्रू टेक्नोलॉजी इस पीरियड में हो, इस प्रकार का उन्होंने फोकस किया। प्रोफेसर असीना सिंह पिल्लई, हम लोगों को बहुत अच्छा उन्होंने मोटिवेशन दिया, क्योंकि आज जरूरत है कोलैबोरेशन, आज जरूरत है ऑनलाइन प्रोग्राम, ऑनलाइन टीचिंग, एकेडमिक लर्निंग, सोर्स ऑफ टीचिंग ऑनलाइन। वहीं जो पूर्ण बात उन्होंने कही, रिफ्लेक्शन ऑफ एक्शन, रिफ्लेक्शन इन एक्शन। इस प्रकार की कंडीशंस में हम जो कुछ सोचते हैं वह हमारे एक्शन में आए, तभी हम चैलेंजेस को अपॉर्चुनिटी में चेंज कर सकते हैं, बदल सकते हैं। उन्होंने बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटी की बात की, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप की, आईसीटी की, ऑनलाइन टीचिंग, ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म की जरूरत है, ऑनलाइन लेक्चर, वेरी इनलार्जमेंट ऑफ क्लास हुआ है इस कोविड पीरियड में। अगर ये इनलार्जमेंट न हुआ होता तो हम देख रहे हैं अफ्रीका से, केन्या से और डिफरेंट स्टेट्स से, डिफरेंट कंट्री से हम लोग आपस में इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं, जुड़े हुए हैं। ये हमें बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी दी है इस कोविड-19 में। प्रोफेसर जया ने बहुत अच्छे कोविड-19 पर अपने विचार रखे और उन्होंने तमाम प्रकार की डिफिकल्टीज की बात की, क्योंकि आज की जरूरत है कोलैबोरेटिव प्रोग्राम प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग की, क्योंकि वर्ल्ड लेवल पर हर कंट्री डिफरेंट टाइप्स की प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहे हैं और मोर और लेस हम सेम टाइप प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहे हैं। तो एजुकेशन की फील्ड में, टीचर एजुकेशन की फील्ड में जो हमें विचार लोगों ने दिए हैं वो हम सबके लिए बहुत यूजफुल हैं। और टीचिंग टूल के रूप में उन्होंने कहा कि हम सेल फोन, कोलैबोरेटिव प्रोग्राम सॉल्विंग और एक्टिव कोलैबोरेशन विद इन एजुकेशन, 4IR की उन्होंने बात की। वहीं डैनियल साहब ने, प्रोफेसर डैनियल और मैं समझता हूँ निक्की कामो जो जुड़े हुए हैं, प्रोफेसर साहब ने बहुत अच्छी बातें, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस और जो उन्होंने अपने देश के दिए हैं, मुझे लगता है हमारे देश में भी उस प्रकार की प्रॉब्लम्स, सेम टाइप प्रॉब्लम हम लोग फेस कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ट्रेनिंग में स्टूडेंट और टीचर दोनों को ट्रेनिंग की जरूरत है इस कोविड पीरियड और आफ्टर कोविड पीरियड में। और उसके लिए एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ICT, इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, पावर प्रॉब्लम, स्मार्टफोन की अवेलेबिलिटी, तो ये प्रॉब्लम हर कंट्री फेस कर रहे हैं। तो टीचर एजुकेशन के फील्ड में हम लोग इसका सॉल्यूशन सोच रहे हैं, अपॉर्चुनिटी सोच रहे हैं, तो मेरे दिमाग में आता है कि प्रॉब्लम एंड सॉल्यूशन आर सेम सिचुएशन, but feeling is very important. We are feel solution part या problem part. जब हम प्रॉब्लम पार्ट को थिंक करते हैं तो एवरी टाइम चैलेंजेस फील होते हैं। जब हम सॉल्यूशन पार्ट पे होते हैं तो एवरी टाइम हम अपॉर्चुनिटी को खोजते हैं। और इस डिस्कशन के माध्यम से एजुकेशन के फील्ड में प्रॉब्लम के सेम एरिया में, चाहे एजुकेशन का हो, टीचर एजुकेशन का हो, सोशल एरिया हो, साइकोलॉजिकल हो, इकोनॉमिकल हो, इन्वायरमेंटल हो, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्यूशन साथ साथ हैं। और इस डिस्कशन के माध्यम से हम प्रोफेसर D.R. गोयल साहब ने हमें बहुत होलिस्टिक एजुकेशन की बात की। टीचर एजुकेशन को उन्होंने इंडिपेंडेंट कहा और ई लर्निंग, ई टीचिंग, ई कम्युनिकेशन, ई मोड, डिस्टेंस मोड, टेक्नोलॉजिकल जो आइडियाज दिए हैं वो हम सब के लिए बहुत मोटिवेटिंग हैं। हमारे गार्जियन के रूप में आप लोगों ने जो हमें सजेशंस दिए, हम लोग इसको ऊपर चलने की कोशिश करेंगे। और बिना पार्टिसिपेंट्स के बिन जुड़े ये वेबिनार सक्सेस नहीं हो सकता। और इसमें मैं देख रहा हूँ देवी प्रसाद, डिफरेंट यूनिवर्सिटी के लोग, प्रोफेसर सीमा शर्मा, प्रोफेसर अरुणा और बिंदेश्वरी, और ये बहुत सारे लोग जिनको मैं यहाँ देख पा रहा हूँ, ये सब लोग जुड़े हैं और वेबिनार के माध्यम से हम लोग इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं। और इस डिफिकल्ट कंडीशंस में, कोविड की कंडीशंस में, आफ्टर कंडीशंस क्या होगा, उसको हम इस चैलेंज को अपॉर्चुनिटी में बदलने के लिए जो डिस्कशन किया है, ये हमारे लिए बहुत प्रेरणादायी है। आप लोगों को मैं संस्थान की ओर से हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आप लोगों ने इस वेबिनार की शोभा बढ़ाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, शुक्रिया। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Professor Vinod Kumar sir. I hope Professor Daniel, Professor Jaya, Professor Ashina, we all are
I
thankful.
will say some few word.
Yeah, please.
Professor Naren. Share me.
Yeah, please.
Hello.
हाँ बोलिए please.
Not but least, I want not more than 2 to 3 minutes. Especially Professor Jaya Naidu from South Africa, Professor Ashina Singh Pillai from South Africa, Professor Daniel from Kenya. We thanks to all professor for sparing time and carrying my international webinar. Without we people, we are not survival in the context. So good knowledge, good presentation, paper are too good. There are so many comments from the viewer side. More than 1800 viewers are see to all the events here. Again, we people are and knowledge. When you people are feel free, please visit India to see Taj. We are the feel proud. Suppose you have visit India and visit Taj. Again, you all people thanks very much. Not but least I am thanks to all professors, Professor H.K. Senapati and Asha Shukla, my lovely brother, that one Naren Deshmukh. Without Deshmukh, we people are not do so lovely and good presentation and good that one eminent speakers. I'm so to that one Naren. He is my elder brother. I'm always love you and give the so high. मेरे गुरु और मेरे मार्गदर्शक प्रोफेसर गोयल साहब सो लवली. हम लोग सोचते हैं कि ऐसा क्यों नहीं बन सकते, बट वी पीपल आर नॉट डू लाइक दैट. हमेशा हम लोग सर के प्रति लड़ाते हैं. When come on that screen, Professor Goyal, there are so many viewers demand that one. Why not Goyal sir speak for we people? He speaks so nice way. He spends so nice time. We people are always humble to the Vinod ji, head of department, Professor Vinod, head of department, R.B.S. College, Agra, and all viewers from the different country, different area of the India. We give the thanks. Especially, I would like to thanks to my that one special team. Technical team is there. That Pawan and Sunil and Khushbu and Kanchan and Devesh Kumar Singh from that one Gira University, Ira University, Dehradun. All people who are viewing here, thanks again, and God bless you to do better for nation, for world. Thank you again. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Singh sir. Now, tomorrow 10 o'clock we have another session. Tomorrow we have another keynote speaker. So I hope you enjoyed today's webinar session. Once again, I thanks all our international keynote speakers, Professor Ashina, Professor Jaya, and Professor Daniel for accepting our invitations and shared experiences in the context of global, in the context of this pandemic situations and how to deal with this pandemic situation in the context of teacher education and school education. Once again, I am grateful for accepting and delivering delivered and shared your experiences. Thank you very much. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we again, there will be a webinars. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Namaste, namaste, namaste.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Thank you. Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste from India.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jaya, and that one Ashwin and
Namaste.
I do. Daniel. Sir, thank you. Namaste and welcome to India. Yes, sir.
Namaste. Thank you. Yes, we are coming. We are coming when they open.
अभी वो लोग आने वाले हैं.
Thank you so much.
R.B. सिंह के यहाँ ही रहने वाले हैं. अभी तीनों को लेके आने वाला हूँ. 3 नहीं और कल 2 लोग जो है ना इंटरनेशनल, वो सब आने वाले हैं. और R.B.S कॉलेज प्रोफेसर सिंह सर उनके अरेंजमेंट करने वाले रहने के लिए. थैंक यू.
I will see you that happiest person to see all people. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Thank you, Narenji.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
Narenji, thank you.
Thank you, sir. See you tomorrow.
So see you tomorrow. That
Thank
one.
you, Narenji.
Thank you.